You live now.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's August the 18th, and we're beginning our regional council meeting. It is Tuesday morning, so I say good morning to my colleagues on council and our staff members, as well as folks who may be watching online. Hope everybody's summer is going well, and that we're all managing, continuing to manage through this pandemic. I will call the meeting to order, and the first thing I'll do is check to see who we have with us from council, so we can get a sense that their camera and their sound is working. Councillor Steve Stretch, are you aboard, sir?
Yes, Your Worship. I'm here. Roll. And I'd just like to draw your attention, Mayor and colleagues, that tomorrow would have been a parade day here with the Halifax County Exhibition. But as I mentioned to you a couple of weeks ago, the event, for only the second time in 140 years, has been postponed. So we'll be up and ready to roll hopefully next year, bigger and better. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hensby.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, and we just heard from Councillor Stretch the desperate need for rural broadband. His speech was broken up a bit, his audio, so hopefully the Development Nova Scotia will be making an announcement very soon this month in regards to possible expansion of broadband and internet and cell phone services across the rural Nova Scotia, especially on the Eastern Shore and Musqueam Valley region. So welcome everyone, and looking forward to a very busy day. Go Bruins.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, colleagues and residents that are viewing. Certainly looking forward to a good, exciting, productive day here at Council, and I concur that I encourage people to be safe, certainly, but try to enjoy some of this wonderful Nova Scotia weather. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicol.
Good morning, everyone. Hello from District 4, Cole Harbour, Westfall. The weather and the sun might not be shining, but guaranteed, as my colleagues know as councillor, it's never a dull day.
Indeed. Councillor Austin, did you make it with us yet? Maybe some connection issues with Councillor Austin. Councillor Mancini, District 6.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone watching. It's unfortunate, Councillor Nicol, there's no sun in Cole Harbour, lots of sun in D6, but it's great to be with everybody. You can't hear me, Matt? Look, is my audio not very good, Mr. Mayor? It's quasi. I'm getting some people yes and no. So good to see you. I was out for early morning running with my dog Spirit. You'll notice behind me, I saw this morning the brand new tennis pickleball courts in Shuby Park. So a great way to start the day. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and colleagues from District 7. It's a beautiful sunny day here so far, though I'm sure that can change in a dime based on the weather we've had the last couple of days. And looking forward to all the work we have to do today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Good morning, Mayor, colleagues. Beautiful day in District 8. Happy to be here. Gonna be a fun day.
All right. A bit of a miss there. Councillor Smith, can you come back in again? Let me just see if make sure I can hear you okay.
Yep, was I breaking up?
A little bit at the end, at least on my feed, so yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here.
Awesome. Councillor Cleary.
Hello, Your Worship and Councillor, colleagues, staff, everyone watching. Welcome from beautiful District 9, Halifax, West Armdale, where the sun always shines, even yesterday when it was raining. I noticed the audio quality for many of my colleagues is a bit choppy, so hopefully, I guess maybe lots of other people are online doing these kind of meetings as well today. So we'll see how things go.
Indeed. Councillor Walker's not with us now, but we're hoping to have him with us a little bit later on. Councillor Adams, I know Councillor Adams had to step out. I'm not sure if he's back. Councillor Adams, he will be back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Welcome to everybody.
Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And since we're talking weather, I want to this last little while, last 6 months or so, but business as usual continue. So I'd like to ask all constituents of HRM to certainly be aware that we're in hurricane season and that we are now in the busiest season ever recorded in the last 75 years. We reached number 10 earlier than we've ever reached at any given time, and we're expecting almost 30 tropical storms this year. So make sure you've got your supplies, good couple of days of supplies at home in mind of the changes that can happen so quickly at this time of year. And the second thing is, this time of year also means that we've had a protracted period of drought, and we had yet another fire in Blue Mountain, Birch Cove Lakes region. Of course, we'll be speaking about that a little bit later today, but just a heads up for everybody, be safe out there. It's not just all about COVID. There are other things that we have to continue to look out for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman, I saw your smiling face.
Good morning, Mayor Savage. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning, residents. I'd like to send a shout out to Jaden Lowen, the young fellow who's raising money for Beirut. And an update, he's now crossed his $20,000 goal. He's at $22,000 and heading for $40,000. And he asked if we would be willing to match. And I think there's something coming at the end of the meeting from Councillor Cleary for not to spoil the surprise, but up to $200,000. So I challenge Jaden to keep going, and we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, everybody. Just want to send a shout out to Michaela Lynn, who is a young country music artist with Beaverbank roots, who sang the national anthems at the Blue Jays game last night. So congratulations to Michaela Lynn, and just, you know what, keep going, girl, you got this.
Indeed, she was in Boston with us a couple of years ago for the tree. She wowed everybody. Councillor Russell.
Good morning from wonderful Sackville. Yesterday marked a very important day here in Sackville, where Freedom Kitchen, a group that I've talked about a number of times, was celebrating handing out 10,000 meals. This is a group that has handed out meals to people who come along every Monday evening since October. So this is 10,000 meals in 10 months, every week, every Monday, even if there's been a holiday. Well done to Rainey Murphy, who is one of Halifax's Volunteers of the Year, and well done to everybody else who has really helped out and stepped forward with Freedom Kitchen. It's an amazing group of people to work with, and I'm really glad to be able to support them. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit from Bedford.
Good morning. Bedford Wentworth is in the house, and it's a fairly nice day here. First of all, I want to give a quick shout out to the Bedford Residents Association, because if you're driving along the Bedford Highway, you're going to see a couple of new signs put up where they have been successful now in qualifying for the Adopt a Highway program, and they have been cleaning several years on a longer stretch. So the 6 kilometers of the Bedford Highway have been adopted by the Bedford Residents Association, and it's never looked cleaner. So thank you to them. The second thing I want to mention is on a personal note, is that tomorrow is Sandra and my 25th anniversary. 25 years ago, we were married here in Halifax.
She deserves a medal. Give her a medal.
St. Andrew's Church, and then celebrated at the Saragway Club, and then went off to Europe. So she's been putting up with me for 25 years. And I think, what did Lisa just say? You go, girl, or you keep going, girl. So I'll say that to
Yes.
To Sandra as well. I'm sure it's not easy to put up with me in this job, but I have been blessed. And tomorrow we are going to celebrate our 25th. So just a little news flash there.
Awesome.
Give her a medal.
We all wish you the very best and congratulate you, and thank you for sharing that. with us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Jacques Dubé, you're with us, CAO?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm here.
Awesome. John Traves?
Present, Mayor. Morning, all.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm gonna, David, Councillor Hensby wanted to just make a short sort of PSA. Did you want to just say something, Councillor Hensby?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and colleagues, I wanted to let the general public know that tonight from 6:30 till 8 o'clock, there will be an emergency water distribution provided at 3 rural fire departments, one in Black Point, Beaverbank, Kinsack, and Muscatog Harbor. We're asking residents who are experiencing low or very dry wells to call in 311, or those who cannot reach 311 to call 490-4000 to have your situation registered. We need the documentation so EMO will be able to respond to the drought situation. I really wish some of those hurricanes would come north in regards to give us plenty of water, because we desperately need rain. But in the meantime, we ask people to conserve as much water as possible. For those in need, to please help out your neighbors if you have adequate water supply. And also an opportunity to learn more about the atrium inadequate water supply bylaw, where we can help finance persons to either drill a new well or put in water reservoir systems into their home. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Colleagues, I want to acknowledge a couple of senior employees at the municipality who've recently been recognized. First of all, our CAO, Jacques Dubé, was acknowledged by CAMA, the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators, with a Long Service Recognition Award. In the letter that was sent to me, it identifies that they acknowledge the commitment of our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Jacques Dubé, for his 20 years of municipal service in a management capacity, and his ongoing support of the municipal profession, and for the part that he continues to play in helping make CAMA the leading organization in fostering and sustaining municipal excellence. Jacques, show us your face and accept our congratulations on that recognition. Jacques Dubé.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Council. Much appreciated.
Awesome. I had a unique privilege last week of swearing in our fire chief, Chief Stubing, who I believe on Friday officially became the first VP of the International Association of Fire Chiefs. And normally would have happened at their convention, which couldn't happen because of COVID. It's appropriate as Chief Stubing is leading the charge for us in much of our COVID planning. But this is a very significant, this isn't Canadian or even just North American, this is the International Association of Fire Chiefs. And I had a quick look on the website, and the last Canadian, so he would become the president, I think, next year. The last Canadian to serve as president was back in 1983. So congratulations to Chief Stubing on being sworn in as first VP of the International Association of Fire Chiefs. It's quite a significant achievement. Okay, guys, let's look at the approval of the order of, approval of minutes, July the 7th and the 21st.
So moved, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Carson.
Second.
Moved by
Councillor Nicholl,
Councillor Carson, seconded by his seatmate, Councillor Nicholl. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Those minutes are carried. The order of business you have before you, there is an added item by Councillor Mancini. The consent of all members was required and has been received to add the Greater Burnside Business Association to our agenda. That will come in at 14.1. So Phoebe, that's official, that's on the agenda, correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, before we do that, can we ask that item 13.2 be deferred from the agenda until matter of 11.2.1 becomes official? Because the 11.2.1, the Burnside Industrial Park will have ramifications an impact and influence on the matter of item 13.2. So I think this matter should be deferred until that other matter is dealt with.
Okay, so are you suggesting it be deferred to later in this meeting or later?
Deferred it to a later date once item 11.2.1 is dealt with.
So Councillor Hensby is looking for the okay to defer that item. Is everybody okay with that?
Agreed.
And
Okay.
Also, Mr. Mayor, if item 13.5, if that matter can be dealt with in public, because it doesn't require to be in camera anymore. It's a property matter that some people thought there was a private matter, but it's not, and therefore I think this report should become public to clarify that matter of a Portis Lake property. So that should be dealt with publicly if that's possible. Item 13.5.
Okay, let me hear from John Traves or from somebody from the clerk's office. Is that okay?
Can we take a look at that as we get further in the agenda, Mayor, and give me a chance to read it and see if there's anything there that couldn't be released?
Councillor Hensby, you okay with that?
It's fine. It's just a clarification on the registry of deeds in regards to a property alignment.
And Councillor Hensby, what was the first one that you deferred again? What was the number of it?
13.2.
So 13.2 is being deferred for the time being. 13.5 we're looking at to ensure that we can deal with in public. Okay.
Councillor Nichol moves the approval of the order of business.
All right. Second?
Second by Lisa.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Everybody in favor of the order of business as amended? Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's carried. I'll just make a note that on your scorecards, 11.1.7, which is the second reading of bylaw D500 on district energy, has to be heard after 1 o'clock today. So in the event that we get to it before lunch, we will defer that until after lunch.
Mr. Mayor, John Traves. I've had a quick read through. I don't see anything that couldn't be dealt with publicly in that report, if you want to move that up.
Okay, so we would deal with 13.5 then after we deal with council motions before we go in camera. Everybody's okay with that?
Agreed.
Okay. Consent agenda, colleagues. Somebody want to move the consent agenda or make adjustments?
Councillor Cleary here, your worship. I'd be happy to move the consent
Second,
agenda
Whitman.
of Halifax. So that's
Moved by
11, 11.15, 11.19, 11.111.
Seconded by Councillor Whitman. Was that Councillor Whitman I heard?
Yes, Councillor Whitman, thank you.
Seconded, okay. So 11, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think we have to vote by
Mr.
button.
Mayor, I think we need to do a roll call.
Vote by Mike.
Well, let me just read the items before we vote on them. 11.15 is trail etiquette signage. 11.19 is facility operating agreement, Musquodoboit Valley Bicentennial Theater and Cultural Center, and 11.11 is the Volunteer Search and Rescue Grants Program. Okay, who's leading us? Phoebe, are you leading us in the votes?
I'm happy to lead you off. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, for the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion?
Councillor Nichol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For the motion?
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker is not present. Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For.
Councillor Whitman.
For?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Outfit.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion. So that motion is passed. We have our consent agenda passed. Call for a declaration of conflicts. We have no motions of rescission. We're not dealing today with any deferred business. I will indicate that we have two virtual heritage hearings tonight, and we will deal with those at 6 o'clock. Correspondence, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The clerk's office has received correspondence for items 11.1.10, 12.2, and 12.3, and this correspondence has been circulated to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions, any petitions, colleagues?
Your Worship, it's Councillor Cleary. I have a petition here that the clerk has, just hold it up there, from the residents of Shady Lane. Believe it or not, there is actually a Shady Lane, which is an awesome little street. There's only about 4 lots on the street, and I think all 4 property owners signed it. The petition calls for a curb replacement to bring it up to the standards in the neighborhood to replace their asphalt curbs with concrete curbs.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, I was born on 2 Shady Lane, so people can make the jokes from there, but it's a wonderful little street in Fairmount.
Well,
there's so much I want to say, Mr. Mayor, but I won't.
A great place for an anniversary picnic. We will go to presentations, and we do have with us the Halifax Regional Water Commission with their accountability report. So I'll ask Kathy O'Toole, the President and CEO, if Kathy's with us this morning.
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We look forward to seeing you. There you go. Yes. Good morning, Kathy. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Good to see you. Thank you for joining us, and we'll let you have the floor.
Thank you. My understanding is the clerk's office is going to run the presentation. There is an item in your agenda package which is approximately 116 pages long of very exciting material, such as our audited financial statements for both the corporation and the pension plan. I'm going to attempt to summarize the package in 15 slides, and then we'll leave lots of time for questions if you have it. So if you can move to the next slide, you'll see that the slide contains an overview of the components that have to be included in the annual accountability report. So in March 2018, Halifax Council approved an administrative order regarding Halifax Water that sets out a framework for annual reporting to the municipality. The purpose of this framework is really to make sure that there's transparency, information about Halifax Water, our strategic objectives and our performance is getting in front of council, and there's an opportunity for discussion and also review of alignment with what we're doing in terms of aligning ourselves with municipal objectives. Next slide. So the first thing we want to emphasize are really the highlights of what happened to us last year. Our fiscal year 2019-20 was fairly eventful, but we're pleased to say that we were compliant with the Halifax Regional Water Commission Act and the Public Utilities Act. All of our obligations have been met. And we were also in compliance with our operating permits. We completed $94.3 million in capital projects last year, which is one of our best years on record. And we had $18 million in capital assets under construction at the end of the year. In 2019, we also saw an improvement in our employee survey results. We had a movement from a B rating to a B+ rating, which we're very proud of. We've got a little bit of a ways to go, though, because our target is actually an A-. That's what we'd like to get to. In 2019, we also had good customer survey results. 96% of customers were very or somewhat satisfied with the service we provided. And it's interesting to note that for the first time, we did include some questions with respect to stormwater service, and we also targeted surveys for stormwater only customers. And the response to that was that 44% of Halifax water customers receiving stormwater service are aware they're receiving stormwater service. 83% of those who actually received the service and understood they received the service were very or generally satisfied with the service. What that indicates to me is we do have work to do in terms of communication on stormwater service, what we're providing, how we provide it, but we were moderately pleased with the results and the fact that 96% of our customers overall, including stormwater, were very or somewhat satisfied with what we're doing. And finally, we do have a cost containment program that's been in place since 2013. Our annual savings last year were just about $700,000 under that program. Next slide. And this slide, I'm not going to read all the projects, but I wanted to give you a sense of, for the $94.3 million of capital works that we completed, what were some of the major components. So the major components are listed on this slide. There is additional detail in that report that is in your package. Next slide. So our strategic objectives shown here are exactly word for word what was presented to Council around February of 2019 when we came in with the business plan for 1920. So now we're just coming back to report on what we actually achieved in terms of what we set out to do. So we did implement a new telephony system in our customer care center. That came in enormously handy when COVID-19 began to impact us, and we were successfully able to transition our call center to working remotely, and basically didn't lose a beat in terms of satisfying our customer inquiries throughout the course of the pandemic. We also have been doing a bit of work on the customer service strategy, but we did hit a pause because we're aligning it with our customer portal implementation. And I'll speak a little bit more about our customer portal later on. Our Customer Connect project, which is the installation of AMI meters, is largely complete. We were 98% complete at the end of March with 82,000 meters installed. So we're very proud of that achievement. That was a multi-year project that occurred over 3 years and really sets us up well to be a digital utility in the future in terms of how we're going to interact with and provide service to our customers. We've also been focused on other technology projects. One was our computerized maintenance management system, or CMMS. We're on CityWorks, which is the same technology that the municipality uses, although we are our own separate instance. And we did a plan for our next round of CMMS enhancements and completed a number of projects. CMMS is really important because managing the works out in the street or managing things by work orders lends itself to us being accountable to be able to get information back to customers in terms of the status of repairs, and also allows us to monitor how efficient we are. Next slide. Keeping on with the IT theme, data analytics was an objective, and taking water loss control to a new level with better data analytics and AMI data, and selecting an analytics tool for asset management. So some of the things we're working on, water services are piloting artificial intelligence that will help with pressure management and leak detection. And last year we implemented Itron Analytics, which is an analytics software that takes all of the AMI data we're collecting now and consolidates it and makes it usable, sets up alerts, sends messages to different other systems that we have in place. And the selection of the analytics tool for asset management, we did defer that project just because some of the other IT initiatives we had going on that were more customer facing, we gave a higher priority to last year. We did commence an SAP system upgrade. We went out to RFP for a new enterprise resource management system. and the ERP RFP was completed. The business processes at Halifax Water have been mapped, and we're just on the verge of being able to award a contract, but we do have to go through a capital approval process with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board before we can launch that project. And we did initiate a project to select a new system for regulatory reporting. So all of these projects align with a 5-year IT strategic plan that the utility did. And you can see that we're investing heavily in technology in terms of making some changes to how we do business. Next slide. Moving away from the IT stuff, these are some of the operational initiatives that we had as strategies. Wet weather management is an ongoing strategy, and we are continuing advancements in wastewater management and refining our cost benefit analysis to support future investments in wet weather management. So one of our projects for last year was a project in the Fairview Clayton Park area, a $2.5 million lining project, Romans and Federal Avenue sewer separation project, and that had to be carried over into this year just because we missed the construction window due to a delayed URB approval. So that one did move forward 1 year. Resource recovery, and the members of council who are on our board would recognize this because we did do a bit of an education session with the board back in June on resource recovery. One of the things on our plan for last year was to initiate an RFP process for biosolids processing. Or biosolids energy recovery. We did complete an internal study, looked at best practice and what's going on in the industry in North America. We've got our RFP developed and have pre-qualified some proponents, and issuance is imminent. So this one is ongoing, but we're making good progress. The next strategic objective was to achieve an environmental management system ISO designation in 2019 for all of our wastewater treatment facilities, and to develop a plan to expand our EMS system corporate-wide. We did complete EMS audits for the Halifax, Mill Cove, and Eastern Passage treatment plants, and we do have registration audits planned for later this year. And we did develop a plan to do the corporate expansion of our environmental management system commencing April 1, 2021. So we had good achievement under this strategic objective. Next slide. We always have a goal around energy management and greenhouse gas emission reductions. We did achieve our $1 million in investments. Those were capital projects, largely in wastewater treatment facilities, process improvements, or pump replacements, things like that would be, and lighting would be examples of some of the energy management projects we were doing. We did result in our energy savings target being achieved and our greenhouse gas emission reduction target being achieved. The Cogswell District Energy System, which you're all familiar with, we did finalize our business case and made an application to the URB to get a ruling on whether it would be regulated or unregulated. The ruling came back that it can be a regulated utility, and this relates directly to the bylaw that you'll be having second reading on later today. Next is the Water Quality Master Plan, and we completed a tailored collaboration with the Water Research Foundation on lake recovery in 2019. The bulk of the work was complete. There was a bit of an extension just to get a little bit more data collected to result in a better decision support tool coming out of this project, and it will inform some of our significant capital projects in the 5-year business plan with respect to upgrading the water treatment plants at Pockwalk, the J.D. Klein plant, and the Lake Major plant. Next slide. Lead service line replacements. We're continuing with our replacement program. Our target is 300 per year. We're not there yet, so we were exploring ways to ensure that our lead service lines are done in conjunction with municipal street renewals. So our board approved a proposal to enhance the lead service line replacement program. It's got some additional financial incentives for customers. We would be paying for 100% of the private lead service line replacement in certain circumstances. And that was submitted to the URB for approval, and we're just waiting a decision from the URB on that one. And our operations staff are continuing to work with HRM's folks in TPW and design and construction. So we're aware of the program for street renewals, and we can maximize getting our lead service line replacements integrated and done concurrently with the municipal street renewals. Finally, safety and security. We have been trying to improve our corporate balance scorecard results there. We implemented a new target this year, an organizational indicator regarding the internal safety audit score. I'm pleased to say that the score on the safety audits met that target. And indeed, all of our safety related targets on the corporate balance scorecard were achieved this year. So I do believe we are making some headway on building a strong safety culture at Halifax Water, or I should say maintaining a strong safety culture at Halifax Water. Next slide. Wastewater research, and I have to give a shout out to the mayor, who's been quite a champion for us on our research projects and our collaboration with the Dalhousie University and NSERC. So we do have an application that's been approved to the NSERC group with respect to wastewater research, and the wastewater research is focused on wastewater process optimization and contaminants of emerging concern. And we did have that research expanded to include research related to COVID-19, and that is underway. Next is asset management. We've been working on asset management for a number of years. This year we implemented 3 asset management implementation teams. And basically what this means is we're driving the asset management culture down into deeper levels of the organization and focusing really specifically on different asset classes. And we did complete an infrastructure master plan, which is essentially a 30-year look at what we need to do from an asset maintenance and renewal perspective. We did also complete an integrated resource plan, which is a 30-year look at what we need to do from a compliance perspective, an asset renewal perspective, and to meet the needs of future growth in terms of our water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure. That was completed, was filed with the Halifax Water Board and approved, and was also submitted to the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board in conjunction with 2 hearings that we had this spring. Enterprise resource management, or excuse me, enterprise risk management is an area of focus for us. We did have a formal ERM system approved about a year and a half ago, and last year our board gave direction and approved some final risk appetite and tolerance levels. Next slide. And the applications to the URB I mentioned, one of them was a regional development charge. So we've had a regional development charge in place for 5 years now. And this is a charge that recoups the cost of the new infrastructure for water and wastewater required to support future growth. And we have a requirement to update that charge every 5 years based on new information. So that application was completed and is with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board right now. We did do a significant amount of stakeholder consultation with industry as we were going through that process and made a number of amendments that recognized some of the concerns raised by stakeholders. And we needed to have a couple of people-related goals. Our talent management goal was to roll out some online training tools and increase support for supervisors and develop career paths for some of our key positions. We did get our online training tools launched, and we are providing a lot of additional support and training now for supervisors. Our career paths have been developed but haven't yet been rolled out, but will be rolled out in the month of October this year. finally, payroll project. So this has been a significant initiative for the utility over the past year because it touches every employee. It also touches our pensioners because we initiate our pension payments through this system. I'm pleased to say that we went live with it two weeks ago. So we're successfully paying people now through that system, and there's a lot of efficiencies and operational cost savings as a result of the new system. And we also have online employee and manager self-serve portals. So there's a lot better information for managers and supervisors to manage their workforce as a result of this system. Next slide. So our corporate balance scorecard, the information is in detail in your report. I'm going to sum it up for you in one slide. Halifax Water's had a corporate balance scorecard for a number of years. The 8 critical success factors are listed on this slide. Under each critical success factor, we have a number of organizational indicators which set a target for us for the year, and they're not meant to be easily achieved. I don't think I've ever seen a year that Halifax Water has achieved all of its targets because they're meant to be stretch goals. But we did pretty good this year. Out of the 30 organizational indicators, we did achieve 22 of the organizational indicators. These targets are set and approved by the Halifax Water Board on an annual basis. So for example, this year's targets were approved by the Halifax Water Board in March. Next slide. And our year-end financial results, we did have on a URB handbook basis a loss of $1.6 million. We're really pleased to have that loss of $1.6 million because our budgeted loss was quite higher than that. So our year-end financial position was better than we had anticipated. And those of you who have attended our annual general meetings or Halifax Water Board meetings would be aware that we're required to report under 2 formats. One is the URB basis. That's the one that's used really to manage our business by the URB, and that this is the format that dictates when we need rate increases and how much our rates are. We also report on an IFRS basis. We're required to report on an IFRS basis so that our financial statements can get consolidated with the municipalities. So on an IFRS basis, we had a surplus of $20.9 million. And I threw this number onto the slide, the asset number, just to give you a sense of the size of the organization. I think sometimes we may be out of sight, out of mind, and there may not be a public recognition or even a municipal recognition at some point in time in terms of the size of the organization. In terms of what we manage and the complexity. But we have $1.4 billion in assets. Most of that is tangible assets, the utility plant and service, the pipe in the ground, the water and the wastewater treatment plants. Next slide. And finally, we report on the pension plan to the Municipal Council because that's one of the things that was included in the accountability report. The Halifax Water Board members are actually trustees of the Halifax Water Pension Plan. The Halifax Water Pension Plan is a separate plan from the Halifax Regional Municipality Plan, but we are invested alongside the HRM Pension Plan in the HRM Master Trust. We're about 6% of the HRM Master Trust. And the pension plan, I'm pleased to say, had a really good year. Clean audit report, our financial position improved. We are in a surplus position as of December 31st, 2019. That's largely due to the pension plan redesign that we did back in 2016. So no reason for the municipality to have concerns about the financial viability of the Halifax Water Pension Plan at this point in time. Next slide. This is the last slide and maybe the most important from your perspective because it highlights our areas of alignment with the municipality. So these are some of the things that we've worked closely with the municipal staff on last year. Halifax 2050, the Cogswell redevelopment project and the Cogswell district energy system, development of an integrated stormwater policy, deep storm funding proposals and joint green infrastructure standards. We provide support for service extensions led by the municipality. So for instance, the Fall River service extension and any discussions about other service extensions that are currently occurring. Led service line replacements in conjunction with municipal street renewals. And finally, we worked with HRM finance staff on the renewal of the HRWC dividend agreement last year. Council did approve renewal for a 3-year period, and the Halifax Water Board has approved renewal. It's with the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board, and we're just finalizing the final agreement to be executed between the municipality and Halifax Water. And in closing, I want to thank the municipal staff, and particularly Jacques Dubé, for ensuring that Halifax Water is always included and at the table on important discussions. I think the collaboration between the two organizations, particularly in response to COVID-19 this year, has been phenomenal, and we appreciate that we're treated as a valued member of the team. Thank you.
Okay, Kathy, thank you very much for the presentation and an inside look at the work that Halifax Water is doing. We have a couple of questions. Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage, and thank you, Kathy, for the informative report. One thing that jumped off the page at me in one of the early pages, and that was in one of your slides, you mentioned the organizational indicators, and you did get a 3 out of 3 this time, because the first one, high quality drinking water, scored an 82, and last time this report came out, it was a 62. So I see it's gone up to 82, which is within the range that you want to hit, between 80 and 100. So congrats on hitting that. It still seems like it's just squeaked by at an 82. Is there anything that you can do to increase that, to get an even better score on that?
That's an excellent question. And so basically our adherence with water quality master plan objectives, there are 5 different aspects that are measured and then roll up into that final score. And we are working at continuous improvement there. 2 of the things one of the main things we're working on right now is maintenance of water quality during water main breaks and following water main breaks, the testing that occurs to make sure that before we restore service, everything's good. So that's just one example of what we're doing right now. But there is a full water quality master plan that's actually attached to our 5-year business plan, which would give you that information in much more detail if you'd like me to send it to you.
Thank you very much. That would be great. And special thanks to Kenda and Mark McGonnell, who are excellent as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kathy. I just have a couple of quick questions about capital projects. You discussed a lot of the capital projects that have been completed. I'm just wondering about a couple of ones that are coming up. Wondering about phase 2 of the Lucasville transmission line, when we might expect to see that. Also wondering if there's an update on the research and the work that Kenda and her crew were doing with regards to Springfield Lake. I know there were a lot of homeowners there who were having problems with their pumps, and they're burning out, and there was some, last I heard, there was some work there to see what the situation was around Springfield Lake, and just wondering if there are any updates. Thanks.
So I have Jamie Hannum with me on the line. I'm going to ask Jamie to jump in and answer the road transmission main question. And Jamie, if you have information on Springfield Lake, feel free to provide it for this one too.
Thank you, Kathy. Can you folks hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. An update on Lucasville. First of all, thank you to the councillor for her help in getting the phase 1 project built. It was a challenge working stick handling through that community, but cooperative effort on all fronts. With respect to the phase 2, which would essentially take the transmission main, the balance of Lucasville Road and plumb it into the Sackville system, that's probably in about a plus 5-year vision for us. We're working on a current priority list for transmission mains and focusing on a couple of key peninsula transmission mains to support service to the peninsula. But we continue to plan and look forward to that, but it's probably in about a 5+ year time frame. We were fortunate to be able to do phase 1 because we had an opportunity approach us with respect to federal infrastructure funding, which allowed that one to advance a little bit. But we are quite anxious to complete that project to continue to supplement the flow into the Sackville area. So it's within a short-term window, but probably plus 5 years as we continue to focus on some priority mains on the peninsula. With respect to Springfield Lake, I would suggest that I discuss that with Kenda, and we'll provide you a current update on the initiatives that Halifax Water is doing around Springfield Lake so that it would be more accurate and more effective for you to convey on to your residents.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So I see Councillor Mancini's on the chat line, but it's not about this, Councillor Mancini.
Yes, that's it is about this, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kathy, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you as always. I do want to acknowledge, when I have to have an issue or have to reach out to Halifax Water staff, they're always very accommodating. They're always willing to get the information to me, whether it's, in my case, the runoff in Lake Charles issues we've been having. Kendra and numerous others have been involved in that and willing to meet. Ellenvale Run project, as you know, Kathy, very dear to my heart and my residents in Woodlawn, or just a general questions. Your staff is always game and looking for the answer. Even though the answer sometimes is not what the resident wants, they're always game to get me the information, so I truly appreciate that. My question today is around smart meters, Kathy. And when I think about some of my more senior residents in Woodlawn area and some of my other areas, I do get questions about the smart meters. And can you walk us through the process for those that are listening here today as you're putting those smart meters in? And by the way, mine's in my house and operating. Can you explain what's the benefit to the resident? So they're having a hard time. And then you also clarify with regard to they do have the right to decline putting that meter in and what that actually means to them.
Thank you for that question. The majority of our meters have already been installed. We're down to maybe about 2,500 left to install. And the main benefits of the advanced metering infrastructure is proactive customer service, basically. One of the major benefits to customers is going to come along now this year because we've got the network installed. We'll be launching a customer portal, hopefully later in the fall. I believe the tentative target right now is around December. And customers will be receiving information from Halifax Water on the benefits of enrolling for the customer portal. Basically, the readings from the AMI meters, customers will be able to receive that. They'll be able to go onto the portal, monitor their consumption in real time. They won't have any nasty surprises for bills caused by leakage that, leakage doesn't get picked up until, say, 3 months after the fact. It'll be real time, and so it'll be preventing a lot of customer surprises or disputes between customers and the utility with respect to high bills due to leaks. It will allow them the opportunity to manage their bills a little bit better by being mindful of the water they're consuming. They'll be able to access water saving tips customized to their individual life situation or their property to help them find additional ways to save on their water bill. And they'll be able to set alerts if they want to get a notice. For instance, if they're in Florida, if they're a snowbird or if they're away for a week or two, the water is turned on at their house, they could get an alert that would tell them that that's happening. If they've got something that looks like a leak, or unusual water consumption, they could have it configured that they would receive an alert on that. And one of the biggest benefits is after we get the customer portal launched, in conjunction with our new enterprise resource planning, our ERP system, we're looking at modernizing our billing system and being able to move to monthly billing for customers. So right now, one of the main pieces of angst for residential customers is they receive a bill once every 3 months. If you fall behind on one of those quarterly bills, you can get yourself dug into a hole very quickly. So we're hoping to move to monthly billing, smaller bills for customers to manage, budget billing. That's a little bit easier for them. And basically, we're customer in mind in terms of how we're approaching the improvements.
So Kathy, thank you for
respect to opting out.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You asked one other question about opting out. Customers who currently have RF meters do not have the opportunity to opt out of receiving the AMI meter. They did at the beginning of the project, but as we got further into the project, we had applied for permission at the URB to make that change. We had never envisioned that a person who already had an RF meter would not want an RF meter replacing it. So basically, we get approval to maintain the standards that we currently have. So if you currently have an RF meter, you can't move backwards. And people who do wish to opt out of the smart meter on a go-forward basis, if they don't already have an RF meter, they can do so. But we have applied to the URB to get approval to apply a manual meter reading charge. That way, the people who do want the meter manually read will be paying for the cost of that service, and it's not a burden on other ratepayers. Because the larger the number of manual meters that we have to maintain, we'll be required to maintain staff and trucks and systems to go read those manual meters, so it's an extra cost.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. And, and there's no science around the unhealthiness of the meters along with our 5G networks, right? So, though we do get a small percentage of those inquiries. Again, thank you for that explanation. I assume you'll be pushing that information out to our counselors so we can move that along in our newsletters and our social media also. But thank you, Kathy.
Yep.
Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and Kathy, thanks to you as well and your staff. Great presentation as usual, and greatly appreciate it. You mentioned the relationship between Halifax Water and HRM, and I'm pleased that it is a good relationship, one of history and one of mutual respect. But I have to say that, Kathy, a lot of that is down to you. Your history with HRM and indeed with Halifax Water has bode well for both organizations. So personally, thank you to you as well. As it relates to my district, I have 3 separate systems that Halifax Water is responsible for. Very small system in the Dutch settlement area, Beaumont serving 40 or 50 customers, to Middle Musquodoboit serving 200 or 300, and indeed, as mentioned, the new system in Fall River, which is working very well and very well received. There's an old saying, be careful what you ask for because you just might get it. Right now, the demand around that 16-inch main line in Fall River has been increasing exponentially. And I guess forewarned is forearmed. There will be requests coming forward to build upon the success of that backbone, and I look forward to that. One question, Kathy, I do have for you. Currently, HRM has a program in place to supply drinking water. People, Valley, the closest is Beaver Bank or Musquodoboit Harbor, all 50 or 60 kilometers away. I know we have a deep well source in the Elms Vale community. Is there any way, Kathy, that you or your staff could comment on how the public could access some free drinking water in the short term from that facility?
So, Kathy, I don't know if you got the whole question. There was a little bit of a breakup there. Did you get enough that you can answer it, Kathy?
I think I'm going to paraphrase it back. You're right. A lot of it broke up. I didn't hear. But the question is, can we facilitate access to drinking water through some of those Halifax water satellite systems or through the bulk water system in Middle Musquodoboit?
I'm sorry that my connect. It sounds good when I'm sitting here talking. I sound wonderful. I apologize. It's not coming through. And maybe we can take this conversation offline. But yes, the Deep Well satellite system in Elms Vale in the Musquodoboit Valley has wonderful drinking water and is accessed by bulk carriers. I'm wondering if there's a way for it to be accessed by the public, even in these very dry, short-term situations.
That's something that, yeah, that was good. I got the question. That's something we have not explored. That's something I will take away and explore with Reed Campbell, our Director of Water Services, and I'll get back to you on.
All right. Thanks very much. And sorry about my connection. We're working on that one too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kathy, for the presentation. I have two questions this morning. The first one is around, it's actually an item that's coming up further on our agenda around green stormwater management and infrastructure. And I'm just wondering where that currently sits with Halifax Water in terms of, because I mean, they will be new features in a lot of ways, whether we're really sorted out fully as to well, who's going to maintain what, how these pieces of infrastructure will be dealt with.
So Halifax Water is participating actively with the staff who are bringing forward that report, and we're supporting that report. You're right, there's continual work to be done in terms of aligning and having clear responsibilities for who's doing what. And that is occurring through a special technical committee, which was established as part of the 2007 transfer of wastewater and stormwater to the municipality. So there are technical staff, engineers and operations staff who are sitting on a committee, who are meeting regularly throughout the year, who coordinate who's responsible for what. So I envision that once council addresses that issue today, when that gets approved, that will be going back through those committees to make sure that there's clear accountabilities.
Thank you. The one that that's fresh in my mind is on Prince Albert Road, where we're looking at potential for biocell rain garden sort of approach. And one of the questions is, well, are the plants part of infrastructure? Who maintains those? I mean, on one hand, our horticultural staff do fantastic work, so it's a natural fit. But on the other hand, it is stormwater infrastructure. So my sense is there's still some work to be had there.
Yes, we do have clearly defined definitions of what constitutes stormwater infrastructure that are transfer agreement and under our Nova Scotia Utility Review Board rules and regulations. So that would be the criteria that we would be applying, to clarify what our responsibility is. One good news piece of information for council is with respect to green stormwater infrastructure in the right of way. We do have a credit system in place and approved that means that the municipality is eligible to receive stormwater credits for stormwater best management practices. So it may be a potential way of reducing the stormwater right-of-way bill that gets charged to the municipality on an annual basis.
A bit of a savings there. Thank you for that. The other question I wanted to ask about is, of course, the Sullivan's Pond Sawmill River project. Could you just give an update as to where we are design-wise? The phase 2 has the potential in the lower end of the Canal Greenway, where there's a municipal park, to really have a feature where it's more than just the channel, but we actually have the potential to do something like a pond where you have a more naturalized bank, at least on one side. But I know that needs to involve some coordination between HRM and staff and Halifax Water. So I'm just wondering where you folks are design-wise, because I know it's something you don't do the pretty part, the park kind of piece. That will need municipal involvement if we were going to do something like that.
Jamie, do you want to jump in and provide the most recent update on that?
Yes, I'd be pleased to. The ongoing project of Sullivan's Pond is very much now phase 2 is an integrated project with the municipality. There's a couple of key projects that need to play out at the municipal level, with the extension of the bridge across that road into the Dartmouth Cove area, a design for the reallocation of the Alderney Prince Albert Road intersection area. So we have a plan with municipal staff that we'll work those project designs along in parallel. Right now, we're looking at about a 2-year period where we'll advance the street geometry, the bridge design, and the Sullivan's Pond design all in parallel, such that will be a single integrated project at a point in time. We will utilize the new bridge as a diversion around the area so that we can reconstruct the intersection and the major piece of the Sullivan's Pond work. So it's a significant coordinated effort. With respect to the detailed design of, like you suggest, the interesting features of what the Sullivan's Pond system could look like, that will play out probably over the next year. So our core design work is done on the macro hydraulic size of the system, general route location. So we're in a position now that once we make some HRM side decisions on what the intersection will look like, what the park wants, we can start to integrate those features into the design. So I expect that next 12 months, 18 months will be detailed design work. And then pending Halifax Water funding, municipal funding, we may see this project proceed in approximately 2 years. But it is being done fully integrated. So we will have an opportunity to have that park feature design process done at an appropriate stage versus kind of late in the game.
Okay, thank you for that, Jamie. So it sounds like to me, because it's our parks planners have many demands on them, that as long as it was some time for them to work on this was built into the budget for next year, that there would still be time to coordinate that with your plans.
No, that's correct. The first big trigger is the positive direction in getting the bridge built, and that'll be the positive energy moving forward, because we know that shortly after the bridge is built, we can proceed towards construction on the other components. So I think everybody's got their eyes on that project, and we're all in good shape.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you. Councilor Nichols.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Kathy and Jamie. And I just wanted to follow up on what you spoke about, the AMI meters for people who refuse to have them. And you spoke about the UARB process, Utility and Review Board. Is there a possibility when this goes through and you want to apply the charge, could that possibly be denied is one of my questions. And the other one I've received, we've had a very dry summer. And the last 2 summers we were asked to conserve water in the Lake Major area. That didn't happen this year. People are wondering, how Lake Major is doing. So I want to give you the opportunity to provide an update in that regard. And also, I guess it would be to Jamie. I know with the pandemic and people reviewing their capital plans, I know there was the focus on centralizing Halifax Water's operations on the east side and maybe locating somewhere in Burnside. And I just wondered what that would mean for the Halifax Water's depot on Bissett Road, and if the plan was still to sort of do that now that everyone's looking at their finances.
Thank you. So the first question, yes, the URB could refuse the manual meter read fee. We do believe that that's probably a relatively low risk because the URB has already approved a manual meter read fee for new customers who refuse the AMI meter. And also looking across the country, manual meter read fees are quite common. and there was not a lot of discussion or the meter fee. You never know. It's certainly within their power that they could either reject it or could amend it and set it at a different amount. Your second question about Lake Major. Lake Major is low this year. We're thankful that the Lake Major Dam is in place. We've got the benefit of about a foot of additional freeboard there that is going to serve us well. We're not envisioning that there will be any water use restrictions for customers served by Lake Major this year. Now that I've said that, I feel that I may have jinxed us, but I want to say based on what we're seeing at this time, we're thinking there's no water use restrictions going to be required this year. And the last question.
Is that typical of other lakes as well? Like they're all low?
Yes, yes, that's typical of other lakes as well. And I should say we don't have concerns with respect to POC walk and production on the Halifax side either. So we're not envisioning water use restrictions impacting our customers. Finally, your question about the East Central Depot consolidations, that project is still underway. The land has been purchased from the municipality, and we're just at the design phase. And yes, the plan is still that there would be 4 older depots, including Bissett Road, that would be eliminated and consolidated into one larger depot that's over in the Dartmouth Crossing area.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if you're going to be still, participating in the meeting, but it's all about stormwater today, and I'm looking forward to moving the motion of the policy that you created with HRM in that regard. It's finally here. Thank you for all your work in that regard.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kathy, for the wonderful presentation as usual. And I'm happy to hear that things are getting better and better at Halifax Water. I have a number of concerns, not about Halifax Water, but its relationship in terms of delivering water to those who fall outside of the traditional way of accessing water. And I'm speaking about in District 12, we have a trailer park called Alderwood, which has had enormous water difficulties stemming to pressure, stemming to water quality. And a couple of other councillors as well share difficulties with water delivery to the trailer parks. And it appears that the nub of the issue is the fact that private laws, water delivery, municipal laws complicate everything. And so that the delivery of water, while it is wonderful to most residents, is not in the trailer parks because of the vagaries of solutions for poor water delivery to our constituents in the trailer parks. And what I'm trying to ferret out here is we did try a legal solution by going through the trailer parks can be considered to be water delivery systems, and they are not. However, they are making a lot of money on selling their own meters to their own residents, and they're basically forcing them into this. And the water issues of brown water, water that is ruining appliances, poor water quality, based on the infrastructure that is in the private realm of the trailer park, has created enormous problems while the trailer park continues to make enormous profits that are measured in the tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So my first question is, how do we go about making sure that everybody is equal, that some people are not more equal than others, that if you live in a trailer park where we have the difficulties between private and public delivery, how do we make sure that the folks in the trailer parks actually get clean water that we get in other areas of HRM? I know this isn't under the total jurisdiction of Halifax Water, but there's a relationship to be played, and I'm interested in your thoughts on this to see where we might go with this, because it is a significant problem I can see the deputy mayor nodding her head, and she is, Councillor Nicol also has the same issues. And our constituents in our trailer parks are left outside of that wonderful report that you've given because of the difficulty in enforcement of water quality through the trailer parks.
So I think Halifax Water, although we don't have a role or responsibility beyond providing the water to the property line, like once it enters the meter and goes into the trailer park, our responsibility right now ends. We do have technical and policy advice that we can bring to the table and support others who are responsible for this issue. So, you know, if the municipality wanted to approach the province with respect to discussions about what can be done under the Residential Tenancies Act, for example, or if there was recognition of, you know, the different components of responsibility, what's provincial, what's municipal, and what can be done we'd be pleased to participate in technical resources as part of any discussions, because I do think we could add to it. And this might be something that Jacques, you know, it's an issue that the CAO Jacques Dubé might want to comment on also in terms of how we would move it forward, because it is one that currently falls under the Residential Tenancies Act.
Jacques, any thoughts?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, no, I don't have any comments to make at this time, but I will certainly take it under advisement.
Okay, thank you. Anything last word, Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would welcome a roundtable discussion with how to solve this. This has been going on for far too long. We have literally thousands, if not hundreds, if not thousands of residents who are getting poor, unacceptable, third world water conditions. And it is untenable for those living in the trailer parks not to have this addressed. We have tried just about everything we can as a municipality to make this, get a solution to this. And I can't stress the enormous frustration it is to have this kind of dichotomy between the wonderful service that Halifax Water delivers and the poor quality in the trailer parks. Thank you for the time, and thank you for the perspective. This is not in any way a comment on Halifax Water, but seeking to address something that perhaps Halifax Water can throw its weight behind to fix. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you. I'll just go to Kathy, if you have any last words.
I do not. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much to you and to your team at Halifax Water. Colleagues, we will move ahead. We have no information items brought forward. We will move to reports coming from the CAO. The first one is the Community Museums Grants Program, Recommended Awards 2020. Councillor Hensby on this?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move item 11.1.1. The Halifax Regional Council want to adopt amendments to Administrative Order 2018-010 ADM respecting interim grants to community museums as set on attachment 1 of the staff report dated June 22nd, 2020.
Whitman, second.
To extend the term of the Community Museums Grant Program and increase the maximum operating grant threshold, broad project grants, and to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to draft proposed amendments to Administrative Order 2018-010 ADM respecting interim grants to community museums with respect to the addition of a capital grant award category commencing the fiscal year 21, and submit a supplementary recommendation report to Regional Council to include feedback from program participants. Contingent upon the amendments of Administrative Order 2018-010 ADM proposed under recommendation 1, and is further recommended Halifax Regional Council. Regional Council, okay. 3, approve 12 multi-year operational grants at a combined total of $119,000 through March 31st, 2023, as set out in Table 1 of the staff report dated June 22nd, 2020. And 4, approve the addition of the Sheet Harbor and Area Heritage Society to the program and a multi-year operational grant in the amount of $3,000 per annum to March 31st, 2023, as set out in the Table 2 of the staff report dated June 22nd, 2020. And 5, approve a one-time project grant to the amount of $5,000 to Lake Charlotte Heritage Society. And 6, in accordance to the COVID-19 administrative order, award grants without a recommendation from the Grants Committee. So duly moved.
Second, Whitman.
Seconded by Councillor Whitman. Anything on it, Councillor Hensby?
Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say, I believe this is the 3rd year of this interim program. I think it's been a great boost in support for our local community museums. There's a number of them across the municipality. I just want to thank those involved in our community networks out there for our community museums and keeping our local heritage first and foremost and still available to our citizens to treat. And I'd like to thank the volunteers out there doing that, plus also the staff as well as council in supporting this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stretch.
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thank you to Councillor Hensby and Whitman. A great initiative, and I support it wholly. I just have a question for staff, if anyone's available.
I think PJ and Bruce are both with us. Is PJ Temple? Go ahead,
Hi,
Steve.
PJ. And I apologize if my audio breaks up. Just tell me and I'll try to send a Morse code through to you. PJ, the museums out here in my district, the Waverley Heritage Museum, Moose River Gold Mines, and the Aviation Museum at the airport. How do they figure into this recommendation? Didn't get me?
I'm not hearing PJ at all. Are you on mute perhaps, or? Okay, I'm not hearing PJ. Is anybody else hearing?
We can see her, but we can't hear
Yeah.
her.
PJ, try again. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm here. Maybe I can try to answer the question. It's Bruce Fisher.
Go ahead, Mr. Fisher.
Would you mind, Councillor, repeating the question? I'm sorry.
Well, I know this is frustrating. Waverley Heritage Museum, the Aviation Museum at the airport, and the Moose River Gold Mines Museum. Can you just tell me how they figure into this report today?
The Atlantic Canada Aviation Museum, the current award of $8,000 is being increased to $9,000. I'm not quite sure now on the other two. PJ would know the specifics on that. So can we get back to you on that?
Yes, let's follow up after the meeting. Either way, I will support the motion, Your Worship. Thank you.
Phoebe, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. It looks like we're still having some issues connecting with PJ. She is showing up, but the microphone does not seem to be working. I'm going to get someone to get in touch with her.
Okay.
Hi, PJ. This is Robin. I'm just wondering if you might have headphones plugged into your computer. If so, that might be the issue.
I think we can go ahead and call the vote, Phoebe. Councillor Stretch has indicated he'll follow up afterwards.
Okay, sounds good. So Councillor Stretch?
Yes, for the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Carlston?
For the motion?
Councillor Nichol?
Yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For the motion?
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
And I believe Councillor Walker is not yet with us, and Councillor Adams has had to leave the meeting. So Councillor Zarowski?
I am for the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outfit?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
Yes, indeed, I'll support that. So that motion passes. I'm not sure who on our team we can direct this to, but we seem to be having an awful lot of people in the city, heart of the city as well. I don't know if there's something we can do at lunch to check that out, but I'll just raise that and follow up at lunchtime. We'll move
Even
to
there,
item
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you can hear me, but I only heard every second word you said. So it's going to be, if it doesn't improve, we may need to recess the meeting until after lunch right now, because I couldn't really hear what you were saying either.
Yeah. What I was saying was we're having a lot of problems hearing each other in the broadcast, and we're going to have a look at that at lunchtime. So to see if we need to log back in or what exactly the problem might be. I don't recall this level of problem before in the 25 meetings we've had. So, all right, let's see how we do here. Try to go to lunch. Do folks hear me generally okay on that one? Okay. Item 11.1.2 is the Community Grants Program 2020 referrals. Councillor Hensby on this one as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Halifax Regional Council, 1, suspend the rules and procedures of Administrative Order 1 of the procedures of the Council Administrative Order under Section 2 of the Audit and Finance Standing Committee terms of reference, and 2, approve a grant of $2,000 to the Dartmouth Dragon Boat Association towards the purchase of equipment, and 3, approve a conditional capital grant in the amount of $25,000 to the Sheet Harbour Chamber of Commerce towards the construction and installation of floating docks from operating account M311-8004 community grants.
Second, Councillor Austin.
Second, Councillor Austin. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This is a request that both Councillor Austin and myself made with regards to referrals to those two organizations referenced. The Sheet Harbour project is quite an exciting opportunity of us partnering with the Millbrook First Nation in regards to a marina project in Sheet Harbour, and I'm looking forward to an announcement in the very near future on other senior funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Russell, perhaps?
Thank you very much. I've just got a quick question about Sheet Harbour, and I'm looking at page 3 of the report, and it says that regarding cost sharing, funding is anticipated from the provincial government. I'm wondering if we know when that might happen or any of the parameters around that. And is this going to be able to move forward if we don't have that? Or should we make this funding conditional upon the provincial funding?
I believe, Mr. Mayor, that's why it's called the conditional capital grant. It is dependent upon the senior levels of government for cost sharing.
Yeah. Is PJ with us now?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Through you to Councillor Russell. It is my understanding from the applicant that they are expecting a funding announcement shortly. It would be inappropriate for us to still somebody else's thunder, so to speak. But definitely this is a conditional award, so we would hold the payment of our grant until two things have been satisfied. First, the balance of funding, because this is an expensive project of approximately $163,000. So we want to be sure that the balance of the funding is secured, and also that there is a lease agreement signed and in place. And a copy of that information would come to us at that point. If the terms are satisfied, we would issue payment.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other questions. Ready for the question, colleagues? Phoebe?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Kirsten,
Affirmative.
Councillor Nickel.
Yes, on the motion.
I'll come back to Councillor Nickel. Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor
I
Mancini.
said yes to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Nickel. Councillor Mancini,
I think Councillor Austin's picked up smoking there. Yes, in favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outhill,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion will pass. Thank you. We will go to 11.1.3, budgets and business plans for area rated services and proposed amendments to administrative order respecting private road maintenance. Council, what is your wish?
I think that's me, Mayor Savage.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the attached resolution to approve area rates and uniform charges for fiscal 2020-2021. Appendix A, Schedule of Area Tax Rates, Appendix B, and Budgeted Revenues, Appendix C of the staff report dated June 5th, 2020. 2, amend Item 1 of the resolution of May 21, 2019 to extend the allocation date for the financial support for the recapitalization of the Hammonds Plains Community Center from March 31st, 2021 to September 30th, 2023. 3, amend the resolution of May 23, 2017 on the area rate fee for Three Brooks Homeowners Association to replace the map dated September 14th, 2012 with the revised map date June 15th, 2020 as per Appendix G. 4, adopt the amendments to Schedule 6 of Administrative Order 2018-003 ADM respecting private road maintenance as set out in Appendix H of the staff report dated June 5th, 2020 to replace the typo of AMP with the word map. 5, adopt the amendment to Schedule 18 of Administrative Order 2018-003 ADM respecting private road maintenance as set out in Appendix A of the staff report dated June 5th, 2020 to replace the map date of January 14th, 2019 with the correct date of March 5th, 2019. And 6, in accordance with Section 16 of the Private Road Maintenance Cost Recovery Administrative Order, waive the requirement for a meeting of the property owners for the Gill Cove Road Maintenance Homeowners Association. I so move.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor. Councillor Whitman, anything on it?
Thank you. As Councillor Walker would say, it's very straightforward.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hunsby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. In regards to the question on this title, it's a little misleading because some of the areas, some of the rates they're discussing is also area rated services that are not just private road maintenance. And one of them talking about suspending or eliminating or terminating the Maplewood Village rate. I believe is $50 a lot in that particular subdivision in Hammonds Plains, and it's primarily for their recreational services they have in their community village. So, my understanding, the Registry of Joint Stock status has been defaulted. The organization has been, I'll call it defunct or not active recently. So, if they get their organizational affairs in order, would they be able to reinstate that fee, or do they have to start over from square one? Just want clarification from staff, please.
Okay, who do we have? Is it Renee with us today on this?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Yes.
Renee Towns?
Hello, thank you. Through your, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Procedurally, I'd have to defer to the solicitor on whether or not they could just reinstate based on that. So I'm not sure if Mr. Traves has can provide us with any intel on that.
Mr. Traves?
Waiting to get unmuted there. Sorry, Mayor, I missed the question. Trying to answer something else here.
Councillor Hensby?
In regards to the report, it talks about the Maplewood Village Association. One part of the report talks about being suspended, and then later on in the report says the rate will be terminated. So I think the two words could be misconstrued of meaning the same thing, because if you terminate the fee, that means you have to start all over. If it's just suspended, therefore it's still kind of in limbo but not to be charged. And if the Maplewood Village Association was to reconstitute itself and become, as Registry of Joint Stocks become current, would they be able to reinvigorate and reinstate the fee, or would they have to start over from ground zero?
I think they'd have to start over from ground zero. If they're struck off, then basically everything's starting over. They have to bring themselves back into account.
They're not struck off, they're just in default. They're the default just about a year now. So if they bring their status current with Registry of Joint Stocks, you know, in regards to my concern is, I'd rather see the rate suspended instead of them have to go through starting all over, and they would have to go back to the whole subdivision area and do a plebiscite again. You know, if they just, you know, have their annual meeting of the community, do their budget stuff again, and elect a new board of directors, then they should be able to carry on with business. But I'm just worried about how the language in the report is. It says suspend at one spot and it says terminate at another, and I think the safest thing to do is just suspend the rate this year for any collection until Maplewood Village Association gets its affairs in orders.
Trying to find the offending language that you're concerned about. It's not in the motion, it's in the report.
Under page 4,
okay.
Other changes, the area rates number 1. You say the rate will be terminated. The last, it says the board is dissolved. It's not dissolved, it's just in default. I looked it up in the Registry of Joint Stocks, and that's the status.
Yeah. I'm on page 4.
And the category, halfway down through the page,
yeah,
bullet number 1.
I see. Is in default dissolved.
I wouldn't know if the board is dissolved. I think the status is in default with the Registry of Joint Stocks. They haven't re-registered. That's all. Normally, these volunteer organizations don't keep up with some of the paperwork in a timely fashion.
Well, it would need an amendment effectively as to what it is that you wish to do and for how long. If the rate is to be suspended or terminated in a year if they're not brought into effect, then we would need to deal with that.
Well, I would prefer to see the word to be the rate will be suspended until further notice.
I think, frankly, Mr. Mayor, through you to council, I think there needs to be an end date in the sense of how long is council prepared to let this sit out there without having to make a new application at the end of the day. If they're in the process of bringing themselves back into good standing with the Register's Joint Stocks, then I would suggest that 12 months would be a fair period of term. Otherwise, the rate should be terminated.
Seems fair enough to have a sunset clause on that suspension.
If
Councillor,
that's,
you proposing an amendment, Councillor?
Well, I guess the amendment should be that the rate be suspended until, I would say, March 31st of 2022, because basically we're talking about March 2021. They're talking about the upcoming fiscal year. It may take them a little time to get their affairs in order and stuff, and through the Registry Joint Stocks, we don't know if this COVID situation is going to prolong things or not. So I was suspended until that particular period of time. Allow the community organization enough time to reconstitute itself if necessary.
So what? Just be specific as to what you're proposing.
so I think, Mr. Mayor, if that's the desire, then we're going to need to defer this matter until the next meeting so we can rewrite the appendix, which sets out the area rates and the uniform charges. I think that is that not in there? I think there was somebody from staff that must be set out.
I would say the appendix says 0, so that's suspending it. But I just want to make sure that we understood it's just being suspended, not terminated. Because if you terminate it, that means you got to restart the whole process and go back to a plebiscite to the residents and everything else.
I think that's fair enough. These rates are only set for this year.
Correct.
So we wouldn't need to change the appendix in that case. In which case, it's simply it's not even a part of the motion, Councillor. I think you're okay the way it is. We have your comments on the record, and when this area rates come back next year, provided they're in good standing, then we can deal with it then.
Okay.
I trust staff will remember this comment.
Let me just see what the motion, let me just check the recommendation, see that you're clear there. So the amendment, area rate fee for 3 books, private road, announce, adopt the amendment. No, there's nothing specifically that I see in the motion that would tie council's hands, and it will be a new council in any event. So.
All right, Councillor Hensby, okay with
staff? Are you okay with that?
It's Renee Towns, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, we'll follow up with that association to determine their intent, to see if they would like a suspension or if they'd like to eventually be reinstated.
Okay. All right, colleagues, ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
Yes to the motion.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Affirmative.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Ousted?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
For the motion, and that motion passes. Thank you. We'll move to 11.1.4. This is the budget increase to the Macintosh Depot replacement account. Council, what is your wish?
All right. I was just trying to get off mute. Computer's being really slow today. So I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 approve non-budgeted withdrawal amount of $3,500,000 net HST included from the Capital Fund Reserve Q526 to increase the multi-year funding for project number CB00089 Macintosh Depot replacement by $3,500,000 net HST. Can you hear me with the background noise?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I'm going to close my window 1 second.
If he calls his counselor, he may be able to make a complaint and get that construction noise turned down.
Sorry about that. To increase the multi-year funding for project number CB, I read this, but I'll read it again, CB0089 Macintosh Depot replacement by $3,500,000 net HST included. In fiscal year 2022-23, as outlined in the financial section of staff report, dated July 17, 2020. 3, increase purchase order number 2070799-716 by $181,970 net HST included for EXP Service Inc. from project number CB00089 Macintosh Depot replacement, as outlined in the financial implication section of the staff report dated July 17, 2020.
Seconded, Councillor Karsten.
Seconded by Councillor Karsten. Anything on that, Councillor Smith?
I see some folks have questions, so I'm wondering if staff could give a very quick snapshot of what this unbudgeted work is for anyone who might not have read the report, because it is $3,500,000. Other than that, I'll see what comments come forward and go from there.
All right, John McPherson, is that you with us today?
Yes, John McPherson, Manager of Corporate Facility Design and Construction. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. This budget increase is primarily due to additional staffing that's going to be anticipated to be working from that location, given recent road transfer developments with the province that my colleagues from TPW can speak to in further detail. So the design of the new facility, the new depot, was evaluated to accommodate the additional staff, and the best value option was adding a 3rd floor onto the proposed office area. So that makes up the bulk of the increase.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, you good? Thank you. Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. I'm wondering if this work has started yet. This is just in the design phases, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, that's correct. We're still in the design phase, anticipating to go to tender very shortly. Okay. And just also point out that the funds being requested are not budgeted to actually be spent until the budget year 22-23, but we need the approval for it now in order to go to tender.
That makes sense. Okay. I'm looking at the risk consideration, and I'm looking at the rest of the COVID picture right now, where we have to be extremely careful with any unbudgeted amounts, any additional funding requests that come in, because we don't know what the fall is going to hold. Over the past little while, we've seen a couple of new cases in the province, and with school opening up, and with the Atlantic bubble set to burst in the next month or two, or with the international borders set to open up a little while later, we will be seeing additional cases and additional challenges. So we will probably have to head back into a state of something of a lockdown. So I'm just extremely concerned about any unbudgeted additions. I'm wondering what sort of risk there would be with holding off implementation of this project for some period of time. Some period of time being a year or two.
I'm not sure, John, if that's a question you want to answer or if the CAO wants to speak to us.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
Nope, that's fine. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, from a capital point of view, the existing building is in is not in a state of good repair. And there's operational issues that, again, my colleagues from TPW can speak to. So it is recommended operationally that the project proceeds as planned.
CAO?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can only reinforce what John has said. The building is in dire need of repair. It's not a, I would argue that it's not a workspace that's suitable for continuation beyond the anticipated, current anticipated timeline for construction and replacement. So it's something that we highly recommend moving forward with at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Russell?
Yeah, recognizing that, is it possible to look at other areas that we might be considering other work in the short term, so that this $3.5 million would be balanced out somehow? It's not just a net new ask.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, our capital budget is one that is in flight, and we always, we do adjust every year in terms of the capital budget. So, we'll be back to council in the new year with a restated capital budget for 21-22 and going forward. So at that time, we'll be able to look at, we'll see whether there are projects that may have been deferred for a variety of reasons this year that we can use potentially to offset this additional expense. But at this point in the piece, we cannot provide you with a project that we will not be doing that would free up cash for this one. We believe that the projects that we have in flight are in flight and have been approved by council at this time. But as we go to the end of this year and into the new year, we'll have a better picture of what that looks like in terms of what was delivered and what was not, and what may or may not be able to be deferred to some other point. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. Thank you, staff. So lots of red flags on this one for me. $3.5 million is a huge number. I guess my first question is, where are these additional staff working now?
Okay, who wants that one? Jacques, is that you, or do we have Brad?
Yeah, I think Brad is going to be coming on.
Yeah. The additional staff do not exist at this time. Just to encapsulate what John McPherson has said, the recapitalization of McIntosh Building has been, as most councillors will be aware, has been underway and being attempted to work into the budget for over a decade. The building is in poor condition. The new McIntosh building comes at a point at where, at a good time, in that we are also consolidating operations. It's important to note that TPW is not the only folks working at that location. This project also involves the consolidation of Parks and Recreation from the Bell facility, which is currently on the Common. So this is an opportunity project as well to help out the Halifax Common. So there are a number of points of convergence. And so when we set about with the original number to occupy the building, we had enough, if you will, growth space for a reasonable amount of time. We were looking at about a 10-year growth. However, during the development of the project, what became very clear was that there were far more pressures than staff had appreciated in terms of growth. That is the greenfield growth of the municipality through development. That is what I'd call the brownfield or recapitalization growth of the municipality through recapitalization of road assets such as Cogswell, such as Windsor Street Exchange and other major projects. And of course, there is the whole issue of road transfers from the province. It was at that point that we realized by the time the project would have been constructed, we would fully occupy all of the expansion space that had been envisioned in the original project. Therefore, we had to make a decision. Would we continue with the existing project in its existing form, or and therefore then have to look for future accommodations in bits and pieces down the road to accommodate all these staff? Or would we look at the project now and reevaluate its growth? As you can see from staff's recommendation, we've reevaluated it such that there's at least 10 years worth of growth, if you will, that'll be in the building. As far as occupation of that, with all of the major projects coming on board, even though we may not have the permanent complement right out the gate from the point of build, we will be using that space to accommodate major projects and other things. So, and which will offset costs elsewhere in the municipality. So bottom line is there is the demand for the space. It exists now based on the future growth of staff. So to come full circle on your question, the staff that would occupy the additional space that's being requested now are not on board. However, we've done a far enough projection through the 5-year capital plan that we know that the demand is there and the growth of staff will be there, of course, subject to future budgets, but certainly the demand in terms of the growth of municipality is indicating that we need this space. Hopefully that helped clarify the.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for getting, thank you. Very, very thorough. Thank you for the answer. So is there staff somewhere now that are going to be consolidating in this location that they won't be somewhere else and there will be some savings? And also, is there vacancies elsewhere? Because during this COVID, we've heard that people are working from home, so they're not face-to-face now working side by side. It seems like a bit of a luxury to put everyone together under one roof, $3.5 million, when everyone's working just fine from home. So can you comment on vacancy and where are the current staff?
Yeah. So as I said before, there is the consolidation of the staff from the Bell facility. Bell, which is currently houses Parks and Recreation staff. And as you know, Parks and Recreation do come over and work under TPW leadership during winter operations. At this point, I'm not 100% clear on the plans for Bell and the savings that accrue from that down the road. So I will defer to either John McPherson or Denise Schofield, who I believe is on the call, to indicate what, if anything, may be in the cards from the Bell consolidation. Thank you.
Anybody else that wants to contribute on that?
Mr. Mayor, Denise Schofield, Director of Parks and Recreation. What I could say about Bell is, as Brad has indicated, the plan is to consolidate a large portion of the Bell Road complement. So some of the buildings that are existing on Bell Road will not be required once this consolidation is done. Obviously, we will need to keep some part of a footprint there because the greenhouses are a huge part of maintaining the public gardens, Camp Hill Cemetery, whatnot. But we have the majority of a large contingent of parks staff there that will be moved over to the McIntosh location. So that will free up, pardon me, some of the buildings and the greenhouses and the space on the common.
Thank you, Ms. Schofield. Councillor Mason.
It is interesting how the mute button works fine right up until you need it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for those answers. You know, for me, the most important takeaways, I just wanted to say that I endorse this. We have had 4 years of talking about this theoretically since, you know, mold in some of those spaces was identified, unsafe working conditions or poor working conditions. Some of our folks up there having to do work out in the yard rather than in a building because of concerns. So we know this needs to be done. We need new building up there. That building is not adequate and was not designed for the kind of city and municipality we are now. You throw on top of that the potential to absorb hundreds of kilometers of roads from the province that we will need to service and hire people to do that. And then to me, the part that I really wanted to underline was I think it's great that staff have the 5-year capital planning process means that we're now in a position that we're looking ahead and we're looking at that greenfield development and we're recognizing that the city has grown by 10,000 people this year alone. The municipality is growing faster than anybody projected when the regional plan was done. And certainly faster than we thought it was going to when MAC was first started to be talked about 4 or 5 years ago. Like nobody really thought that this would happen. And so we are going to need to be able to provide services in to more and more people in more and more communities. And so I think it makes total sense to expand this depot. I guess my question for staff was, you know, getting in and out of Mac isn't easy, right? It's not great going up onto Lady Hammond Road and all that stuff. You know, is the coordination for the Windsor Street Exchange work that's going to be proposed, will that alleviate, will you be able to go down toward the port and then out through the signalized intersection rather than, you know, especially if you got to try and do a left off of Lady Hammond, that's not easy. Like, is this going to, you know, we're building it in that place because it's where we already have one, but you know, in a lot of ways it isn't the right place because of the transportation issues, but I think they can be addressed through the Windsor Street Exchange project, and I'm wondering whether or not staff had any comment on that. Thank you.
Any comments?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I don't have the specific details at hand on the traffic pattern flow there, but what I can say is that the two projects have been working closely together. And in fact, we actually had to move the original location of the building to accommodate the Windsor Street exchange work. So so the two teams are definitely working close to look at traffic.
That's excellent. That's really great to hear, and that's really good work. And I think that, you know, at the end of the day, we're going to have a modern facility that our employees are going to be proud to work in and feel safe to go to work in. So I strongly support this, the additional funds. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, ready for the question? Phoebe?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
Affirmative as well.
Councillor Nicol?
For the motion.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For?
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
No.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outhitt?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
Yes on the motion, so the motion carries. Thank you, Phoebe. Colleagues, we will take our break. It being 12:10. We will resume at 1 o'clock with item 11.1.6. Just a note to staff, if there's anything we can do to check with our provider to see if there's a problem that we can resolve, that would be very helpful over the lunch hour. Thank you all. We will be back at 1 o'clock.
So, Michael, what do you think of Chrissy Freeland as a new finance?
I think she's very capable, and I think you know, she's like the chief.
Well, you're still freezing.
Wow, you're really breaking up now, Mike.
You're muffled.
Mike, you're still freezing, so obviously we didn't find the cure to our woes.
Wow.
I wonder why that would be. I thought it would be better, especially with not having somebody in this office. Phoebe or John or anybody, is there anything we're able to do to try to fix this?
That's
Mr.
clear
Mayor,
now,
it's
Mike.
Jane. It's Jane. I
Hey,
followed
Jane.
up. How are you?
I'm okay. You?
Not too bad, thanks. I followed up with IT around 11:30 to see what the problem was, and April and Phoebe were going to have a talk with Phil Thompson. MS Teams is in the cloud, so we're not sure if we don't think it's on our end because it's happening in so many places. We think it might be with the clouds. We are doing our best to track it down.
It's been my experience with the meetings I've had in the last 2 days that it's spotty all over the service. So it would be the cloud.
Yeah, it seems it's bandwidth because it's everywhere. So
If we
I'm going to
keep
follow
our
up with them
cameras,
again.
if we keep our cameras off while we're not speaking, it will reduce the bandwidth for each of us. That will help a little bit, but yeah, if it is happening in the cloud, if it's happening on the server side of things, then it is absolutely out of our control.
And I noticed the clerk was removing our pictures, but it wasn't doing anything.
For my picture, I'm sure there were other reasons.
I think I have to leave mine on all the time. That's what I was told initially. So I'm not coming in and out, but if people want to try turning off their cameras when they're not speaking, let's see what that does. Okay, Phoebe, are we ready to go live?
Mr. Mayor, you are live, yes.
I don't think I'm, okay. There we are. Okay. All right, we're back. We're keeping an eye on our connections to see if we can hear each other. We'll just have to do the best that we can. Colleagues, we're going to move to 1116, which is Administrative Order 50, surplus of disposable property, 948 Pockwalk Road. Who wants this?
Councillor Whitman.
Councillor Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. I move that Halifax Regional Council set a date for a public hearing to consider the sale of 948 Pockwalk Road, Upper Hammonds Plains, identified as PID 00424-358 to the Upper Hammonds Plains Community Development Association, as per the terms and conditions outlined in Table 1 of the staff report dated July 15th, 2020.
Second, Zarowski.
Seconded. Councillor Whitman, anything on it?
Thank you, Mayor Savage, and thank you, Councillor Zarowski. I was going to say, in honor of Councillor Walker, who's with us now, that it's pretty self-explanatory, nothing to add. But I will say that the community has been working with staff and myself for a long time. This building was a former fire station. In fact, it was the first black fire station in Canada. And communities which, and I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I didn't catch any of that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it was very spotty.
It's good too.
It was spotty. I just remind
Your
people
inner spottiness is coming out.
Please turn off your cameras. Please turn off your cameras if you're not speaking. We're going to try that and ride that horse a while. Okay, I don't see any. Councillor Mason? No, sorry, that's That's from before lunch. Ready for the question, colleagues? Phoebe?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
and I believe Councillor Adams is not with us. Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
Yes, for the motion. That motion carries. So we will move to 11.1.7, which we can now do.
I'll take that.
Second reading, proposed bylaw D500, District Energy, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 5, the Environment and Sustainability Standing Committee Terms of Reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order, and 2, adopt bylaw D500 respecting district energy as set out in Attachment A of the staff report dated June 23rd, 2020.
Second by
Councillor
Mancini.
Rocket seconded.
I think I heard Councillor Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great day to see this moving forward. A critical part of the Cogswell interchange redesign has been to harness the many megawatts of heat energy that are in the sewage treatment plant and turn them to a more productive use than sending those megawatts out into the harbor. The district energy and heating and cooling is a key component of making the Cogswell interchange both an attractive and substantially by more than less than 10% of where they are now by 2050. So strong support for this. I know, that some of the largest landlords in town who are interested in developing there have been very blunt with me that they absolutely want to see this in there. They see it as a huge competitive advantage when it comes to attracting both commercial and residential tenants. So I'm glad to see that there. My one question for staff was there was a part of the staff report that concerned me, and I'd like that to be unpacked a little bit. So my understanding is the way the provincial regulations or legislation are written right now is that someone doing a smaller scale shared energy system now would have to go to the utility review board under that process, and it doesn't get into details, but just. So does that mean if someone was doing a small scale shared energy system in a neighborhood, 5 or 10 or 15 homes, that would go into the same level? Is that the concern that's being raised there? Because because that is a concern that I think we all share, especially given having just passed Halifax 2050 a couple of weeks ago, and preliminary discussions with the utility review board about what it would take to get that changed if that's the case.
Okay, boy, we're really having trouble with the feed. I see both Peter Duncan and Kevin Bootler. Who wants to take that question?
I can take it.
Mr. Bootler, go ahead.
Yeah, it's Kevin Bootler, Clean Energy Specialist with Energy and Environment. So that is the understanding of the Public Utility Act, is that even on a small scale, the district energy system would have to be registered as a public utility. So if it was in the neighborhood scale, if there's more than one consumer, then it would have to go through the public utility. There are some situations with private essentially sales of energy that would not have to go through the utility and review board. So we do have some systems that we're looking at for heat recovery of our arenas. And if we were to do some private sales with direct landowners, then that would be fine, which is something that we do currently do with Scotiabank Center and the Nova Center. However, that is the understanding that that is a barrier, and especially with district energy systems where you start off as a small node and then it does expand. It is quite a barrier to not exactly go through that.
Oh, my computer's having a heart attack here. I'm not sure whether or not anybody can hear me.
Did that come through, hopefully?
I think I heard your answer. I'm not sure you can hear my response.
Yeah, you're clear, Wade.
You're okay now, Wade.
Well, as Councillor Whitman said, I was absolutely brilliant in the part you couldn't hear me. So, like, thank you for that. So has there been any preliminary discussion with the province about the challenges that faces? Because it seems to me that making sure that surplus energy isn't just wasted into the atmosphere is critical to meeting the province's own goals. But this is a huge regulatory burden. You know, for us, the legislation works great. Maybe we will do something like this in Dartmouth at the sewage treatment plant over there. Maybe we do one in Bedford. But for the smaller scale stuff that we can all envision, how does this play out? Like, are they aware of this? And you know, I'm asking you a slightly unfair question because you can't really speak for the province. But are they aware of this, and are they willing to have the discussion?
So in discussions that we have had with the province, we've made this clear, and also within this public report as well, we've identified this. I personally, I don't believe our team has had the conversations with the province, and in the interest of time for this report and the mandatory connection for the district energy, we did not investigate it at the time. However, through Halifax, as one of the actions is expand district energy. It will be a conversation, especially with the Sustainable Development Goals Act that the province has recently passed.
Well, excellent. Well, I won't trouble you to answer questions about the province anymore. Thank you very much for that, Kevin. You'll be pleased to know the solar on my roof went live 3 days ago. And yeah, I think this is a great project. I'm very excited to see this moving forward, and I think it's going to really enhance the offering of Cogswell when we bring it to market. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I think harping on this district entity, I hope we look at the ability for thermal heating our sidewalks. If you want to make this a pedestrian-friendly subdivision, neighborhood, or whatever you want to call it in the downtown Cogswell area, thermal heating the sidewalks with the district energy is going to be a game changer. We can have tie in each of the buildings through their heating and cooling systems to keep a constant temperature to the sidewalk outside their buildings. So if you want to have a revolution downtown, do something revolutionary, and that's the thermal sidewalks, and we have the capacity to do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else? All right, Phoebe, ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
Affirmative.
Councillor Nickel?
Yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor.
Councillor Outhitt?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
Yes, indeed. Support that, and that passes. Thank you. Colleagues, 11.1.8, first reading, bylaw P508, respecting parking meters for the regulation of parking of vehicles left standing in the Halifax Regional Municipality. This is parking fines. Who wants this? Councillor Mason, is this you?
I'll take it, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Austin.
I'm sorry, hang on, I'm sorry.
Councillor Nickel also had her hand up as the chair at Transportation Standing Committee. All of you are great.
I'm only following the process that the clerk's office gave me to say as chair of Transportation Standing Committee, but I also representing a district that has no parking meters. I look forward to hearing the concerns from those that do, but I will put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to proposed bylaw P508 respecting parking meters for the regulation of parking of vehicles left standing in the Halifax Regional Municipality set out as attachment B of the staff report dated July 16, 2020. The purpose of which is to A, amend section 17 of bylaw P500, the parking meter bylaw, and B, amend bylaw P507 to correct a typo.
Second.
Only thing I want to say is that it's nice to see Victoria, and I hope you good work on this part, and very much support of the motion. But I'll hear the concerns from those with the meters.
All right, thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any concerns about it. I think this is a wonderful thing that's coming to downtown Dartmouth and, of course, downtown Halifax. The question I have for staff is just on the fines that are in the realm of the province, the piece that's never ever been done. Because if my understanding is correct, they never implemented our request to increase the fine amounts that they have control over. I'm wondering from staff if that discussion is basically died or where we might be with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for the question. This question is quite timely. We just recently had a meeting with representatives from Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal and from Municipal and Government Affairs with the province on this issue. As you mentioned, it has been outstanding from council. An outstanding letter was issued from the mayor to the province in 2017. So staff have been following up on that item. We resubmitted our proposal, if you will, and reiterated council's desire to have those sections revisited by the province. And the status of that meeting, I would say, was quite positive. The information was well received, and we were told that we would receive follow-up hopefully in early fall. There's also separate work that is happening right now on the Traffic Safety Act, which would cover some of those pieces as well. And we understand that there is intended to be more robust public consultation in the fall around that as well.
Okay, well, that sounds actually really promising. Those amounts would be changed just by regulation by the province. They're not, they don't need to have an act at the legislature to do that, right?
That was our understanding, and that was certainly a piece of the conversation that we brought forward in our last meeting. And yes, we understand from the province that it is not required to go through the act, that it could be done through regulation adjustments.
And these are the ones too, I think it's just worth noting for anyone tuning in that memory serves, these are the more sort of egregious behaviors for parking infractions. It's not just you overstayed the meter. This is the you parked in, you know, in a crosswalk, that sort of thing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, yes, that's correct. So it would be accessible parking infractions, fire lane infractions, too close to a crosswalk, all of those safety related items. Those are the ones that are within provincial jurisdiction.
That's awesome. Well, thank you very much, Victoria. We'll add that to our list of things we're hoping to see in the new Transportation Safety Act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So not to dampen the excitement of my colleague across the harbor, but when we're talking to our friends at the province about the lack of action on being able to establish some kind of rules around muffler noise, we've been told maybe next summer they'll get the regulations to us and proclaim the act. So we're ways away from parking changes. I just wanted to speak in support of the changes that are in here and the parking program in general. Like I think it's very exciting that we're finally at this point. And but my question was, is there a list that could be provided to council of where parking might change? And the reason I'm asking for that is with the initial communication, when people saw the zone map, a lot of people thought we were going to put the pay stations everywhere. So I had a lot of panicked emails and tweets and social media about that, and we're not. We're by and large putting them where there's already meters, but I do know there's places, I hope Lower Water is one of them, that because we've been saying we'll put meters there once we get the new pay system for 7 years, and so now I hope that we're actually going to do that. But there's also some concern. For example, people see the bases being poured, they think, around the common, for example, like along by the oval. So whether or not those are the right decisions is not what I'm really concerned about. It's just we need to communicate to people where it is happening and where it isn't happening. And I'm wondering whether or not there's a list that you could give us so we could share with our residents. Thank you.
Victoria?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question. So just yesterday, we adjusted our Q&A section on the website to address some of the questions that we've received. And I think it's quite positive that we've received the questions we have. It means that people are receiving the information in the initial rollout of our communications plan. So it's working. But I would agree with you. Some of the feedback that we've received is really around concern about the largeness of the zones and the notion that everything within that zone would convert to paid parking, which is certainly not our intent, certainly not at launch. So what we will be doing in the next couple of days is posting where the pay stations themselves will be placed. That's certainly a big question we've been receiving. We've just been working with our colleagues in mapping to finalize the locations, notwithstanding those that have requirements for the pay station pads. And then in addition to that, we can also certainly work to publish the streets themselves and the sections that will be paid parking. That piece is going to take a bit more time. We're still working with our colleagues in traffic to complete all of the regulations for installation, but that's certainly great feedback and something that we can work to do.
Yeah, I think it's really important to give people some pretty good advance notice if, as I hope, we put paid parking up and down the Lower Water, that will change a lot of people's behaviors. They're going to have to plan around that. So, but all good, and thank you very much for your work. I'm really pleased to see this all moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify some of the process with this parking meter stuff, are we going with more of the pay and display type of model? Are we going to be removing the parking meters that are currently there, or are we going to have them renumbered so the hotspot application still works? Because right now the meters have the hotspot number and identification of the parking spot. Now my understanding was with the pay and display, we may increase parking capacity on a street because you're not having segregated for parking places. So I'd like to know how the two are going to merge, and also will there be an opportunity down the road for the municipality looking at expanding its revenue opportunity of including Saturdays and Sundays for parking meters? The only time we should have a holiday on parking meters are actual holidays, be it a federal, provincial, or municipal holiday. The only time we should have a holiday payment on parking meters. Saturday and Sunday, in my opinion, are just like Monday to Friday. Can I have clarification with staff, please?
Ms. Horn?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for your questions. The first question around hotspot and payment. So we're moving from individual metered spaces to a pay-by-plate, pay-by-zone. So you won't have to return to your vehicle to display your physical paid parking ticket like you do on some lots today. You can park your vehicle, register your session either at a pay station or via hotspot, and then continue on to your destination. We have worked with Hotspot to adjust their paid parking system to our new system. And so what that will mean for Hotspot users is when you log on to the app after launch, you'll no longer have to record your meter number. You'll just record the zone that you're in. So the interfaces, we're working through that right now, and we'll be very excited to share that launch with residents in the coming weeks. And then your other question about payment on Saturdays and Sundays. We would be happy to develop a staff report and develop a program around charging for Saturdays and Sundays that is certainly consistent with other large jurisdictions. It's just not something that staff have been directed to do to date. If that's council's wish, we can certainly look at bringing that back. But I believe that that would require a staff report.
Gotcha.
I'll leave that for the new council to decide on new revenue streams.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Seeing nobody else, we'll thank Ms. Horn for her continued excellent work. And Phoebe, maybe you'll take us to the vote.
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
Yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor?
Councillor Mancini?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
In favor.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
Or
Councillor Zarowski?
for the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Output?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage?
Yes, on that. So again, thanks to staff. We appreciate that very much. That passes. Just want to let people know I received a note from Jane that they're following up to see what they can do to fix our problems with transmission. She does point out that one of the challenges with the cloud is that it is hard to troubleshoot. So I can't just send Councillor Karsten up there to fix it. We have to rely on this kind of expertise. They are turning off some things on their end to see if it will help. So hopefully we'll be able to continue. And that's where we are on that. So 11.1.8 is carried. 11.1.9, colleagues, I'll remind you, was the facility operating agreement on the Musquodoboit Valley Bicentennial Theatre and Cultural Centre, which I'm sure is of great interest to Councillor Stretch, has passed. We will look at 11.1.10. First reading proposed bylaw T1004, an amendment respecting the regulation of taxis, accessible taxis, limousines, and amendments to Administrative Order 15, taxi broker transportation network companies and appeals related amendments. And Councillor Nicol, you'll take this one as well? I
will be glad to put it on the floor as the Transportation Standing Committee Chair. The Halifax Regional Council give first reading to bylaw T1004, respecting the regulation of taxis, accessible taxis, and limousines, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw T1000, the Halifax Regional Municipal Taxi and Limousine Bylaw, as set out in attachment 2 of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020.
Second by Mancini.
Second by Karsten.
Well, it's time coming, and that must be reassuring to you, Hillary, and all the great work that you and Connor and Andrea have done in this regard. It's been a long time coming, and this is just first reading in the process of the bylaw. So, but I know there will probably be some concerns expressed or some questions of clarification, but you know, with me, it's always been, you know, and I asked yesterday, have we done everything that we could to address sexual assault when it comes to our transportation network companies? I will ask you to, you know, respond to that. But I also acknowledge that we received correspondence from Uber specifically, the transportation network company, and they also identified the approach that we're taking with regards to unoccupied minors. I believe that's anyone 18 years and younger. And I just wanted you to expand on your findings in the research, like why we're taking the approach that we have. And so that's a couple of my questions.
Okay, is that Hillary Hayes, I see?
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Councillor. Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. We have received Uber's memorandum that they sent to staff and to members of council, outlining their concerns on the need for a child abuse registry check, as they note that no passenger under the age of 18 is allowed to be unaccompanied by Halifax Regional Police and Uber and have, pardon?
I think someone should tell Hillary that we're having a hard time. So I'm going to shut my camera off and everyone else can as well to see if that makes it any better. So hopefully it does. Two, apparently maybe it's working best over here because I have good cloud cover in District 4.
Hopefully this works better. Let me know if it's hard to hear me.
Go ahead.
We have decided that the child abuse registry check is a requirement and will not be wavering on the requirement, as even if Uber does require that any underage person must be accompanied by an adult, there's no guarantee that that will happen and that we cannot stop unaccompanied minors from getting into a TNC. So we've decided that a child abuse registry check is required, as it does pull all the names of people who have been put on the registry by a judge, which can come from family court or other levels of court, that do not necessarily show up on a criminal record check.
The sexual assault that you did as much as you could possibly in that regard to address many of the concerns that we've also received in that regard.
Yes, so through you to Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we are going to be communicating regularly with the TNCs and with the taxi brokers and independent brokers that if someone who has been removed from one of our platforms, whether they be a taxi driver, taxi owner, or a TNC driver, we'll be notifying the other TNCs and other brokers to ensure safety of our passengers and of our residents. We do not want someone driving for one who have maybe had a charge or been convicted of a criminal act such as sexual assault, in hopes to keep all of our residents safe, whether they take any mode of vehicle for hire.
Exactly. So I just wanted you to repeat a couple of those things because I'm very proud of all the work that you've done and worked closely with you and Andrea and Connor. So a lot of good work, and I hope that the process going forward is understood as much as you do understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Ms. Hayes. So I love what's in here. You know, all of the changes that were made as this went through TSC, and now today, you know, looking at the tiering of the TNC fees depending on the number of cars, looking at brokers being licensed, looking at drivers being licensed, the flexibility you've put in there for independent drivers being a broker. All of that's great. The big thing that I was excited about was, of course, the per trip fees, both the integrated mobility plan fee and the regular per trip fee. And I notice on page 6 of the report, it talks about both of those fees and how we do not have any provincial change in legislation yet that would allow us to actually charge these per trip fees. So a couple of questions around this. What, if any, response, because I know we sent a letter from the mayor, so what, if any, response have we received from the provincial government about allowing us to implement per trip fees? And any idea what that means in terms of impact of loss of revenue that we would have otherwise seen if we were able to get the per trip fees in here? Because obviously this is going to cost us money to administer. Typically these kind of things are done, if not on a complete cost recovery basis, we extract some of those costs back from the industry to regulate it. So can you speak to A, the provincial government's response, and B, what the financial impact is that we're not charging a per trip fee?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. At this time, we have not heard from the province. On February 18th, as it does state in the report on page 6, Mayor Savage did send a letter to the province. We have not received a response yet from the province and have not heard from our colleagues on that side as well. So I am unsure as to where that lays in progress. Also, it's difficult for us to understand what the loss of revenue will be for us with that per trip fee and how at this time we're unable to charge it. I know other jurisdictions have gained a very high amount of revenue from a per trip fee. Unfortunately, as of right now, we're unable to charge it, but going forward, if we are, we'll have to come back to council to present it.
And thank you for that answer. And it's extremely disappointing on something so important that the province hasn't even bothered to respond to us yet, let alone make the change that would make this sustainable. The one thing that we did talk about both at committee and in council when this was coming forward was the fact that every jurisdiction that has brought in these kind of transportation network companies has seen an increase in vehicle miles traveled on their roads. That's leading to more congestion, it's leading to more greenhouse gas emissions. And what we're seeing is through the per trip fee, that was an opportunity for us to say, you know what, we're going to invest some of this money in things like accessible taxis. We're going to invest this money in integrated mobility plan measures so that we can offset some of that unsustainable transportation that TNCs do bring to your roads. They do bring choice, which is great, but we have to manage the environmental aspect as much as we have to manage the availability. So, you know, that's super disappointing from my point of view, and it does really call into question what's our ability to make this sustainable. So I appreciate that, Ms. Hayes, and I appreciate, Council, your indulgence in letting me rant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wonder, Jacques, did you want to speak to that, to the provincial aspect?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you, the councillor. Thanks for raising the question, councillor, and to Hillary for the great work you're doing, and you and Connor and the rest of the team over there. You know, notwithstanding the fact that the province hasn't responded in writing to that letter, there have been a number of conversations between myself and the deputy minister and some of his policy people at TIR associated with this issue. So, you know, it's a work in progress. You know, I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll hear some formal decisions in the fall based on the conversations we've had. But there's no decision yet, and I don't want to speak for the province. They haven't made a commitment yet, but the door is certainly wide open and we're continuing those conversations to see what can be done over in the fall, either through regulation or a change in legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Dubé.
Thanks, Jacques. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I guess this coming forward at this time is kind of awkward, in my opinion, with the taxi industry. With the airport nearly closed, the cruise ships not coming anymore, a lot of drivers not driving anymore, and a lot that only did the airport, they don't have a job anymore because that industry's gone. My question is that having received a couple emails from the taxi industry, are the two processes the same for getting a license for the Uber and for the regular taxi driver?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, they are almost identical. So the taxi driver has to go through specific safety checks, just as a TNC driver would. Small differences in the sense that we require taxi drivers to have an English language test and a national certification, where TNCs provide that testing on their own platform and they require that of their drivers separately, but very, very similar as noted in the bylaw.
So could that be changed if we find out that their drivers need an English test?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's something that we could revisit if we do find that it becomes an issue in the future. Staff will be monitoring data that comes in from the TNCs, and I'm sure that we will receive feedback from our residents through 311, and we will take that into consideration and monitor it going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit.
There we go, the mute button. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And probably a question more for Jacques than Hillary, but I was on the radio in the Rick House show yesterday with Sam, and one of the questions that came up was regarding this whole situation with TNCs. And we mentioned about the question was specifically regarding Class 4 and Class 5, and both Sam and I said, well, that was sent off without recommendation by us to the province. So today I get a text from a close acquaintance of mine, from a senior person at TIR saying, no, the city will be deciding on licensing issues like this. So I'm just a little bit in your discussions, Jacques, with TIR about the other matter. Where are we with where are we with Class 4 and Class 5, and B, who ultimately will make the decision whether it's Class 4 or Class 5 license is required?
Mr. Dubé?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Ouded for the question. Certainly all of these issues, including the issue of trip fees and the licensing piece, are all being discussed now and have been discussed with the province since council made its decision not to advance a position on that issue. So I can tell you those conversations are going well, and but I can't predict necessarily, or can't suggest where the province will end up on this. But I think there's a general tone of the conversations of cutting red tape, putting the authority where it should be. In fact, with the municipality under an umbrella regulation or statute with the province of Nova Scotia. And the same kinds of conversations are going on about speed limits and what the traffic authority needs to do without approval of a provincial traffic authority. So all of those conversations are really being framed around how do we make it easier to get things done between HRM and the province, particularly around transportation and traffic. And so I'm quite encouraged around those conversations. But again, I'm not in a position to speculate or disclose the the details of those conversations at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Arthur.
Okay, so thank you, Jacques. So and listen, anything that gives the municipalities a little bit more say over things like signage and speed limits and whatnot, I think would be a good thing. But at the moment, when somebody asks us then what license class is required and when that'll be decided, we really can't answer that, is what you're telling me. That's still being negotiated. Is that correct? Because that is critical. If people want to know, to me, if people want to know, HRM, when is this going to actually happen? When is Uber and Lyft going to be here? It sounds like we still have a big hurdle. I mean, whether we charge a per trip fee or not, to some extent, is not something that will keep the service from launching. But what sort of class of license you'd have to have could indeed keep the service from launching. So what are we telling people as far as the status of that, Jacques, as much as you can say?
All right, I'll ask Hillary to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe right now, if there was such a company that was established in Halifax, they would be required to acquire the same license that a taxi driver has to have. So there's no differential. The argument has been over time by a number of parties that there should be a different level of license for these kinds of transportation companies, whether they're taxis or otherwise. And that's the substance of the conversation with the province now as to what does that license look like, whether you are a ride-sharing driver or you're a taxi driver. Is it the same, or is there some differential in there in some way, somehow? So the province is making a serious look at this, and I'm expecting decisions over the coming months.
So, and thank you, Jacques. So in the meantime, while that is TBD, as Hillary said earlier, then we're basically the same as taxi drivers right now. So it's not prohibiting the service from going forward, awaiting a decision. So that's good news.
That's correct. Yeah, they could start. Somebody would have start up a ride-hailing company shortly. So once the bylaw council adopts the bylaw, then they can do that immediately, right?
All right, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much, Jacques. Thank you, Hillary.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, I find myself somewhat conflicted on this. I'm very much like Councillor Cleary, very disappointed that we don't have the per trip fee in place to coincide with us introducing ride hail into HRM. I think that was a pretty important piece, because we know from the experience from other cities what ride hail is going to mean in terms of sustainable transportation. It will mean fewer transit riders. It will mean fewer cyclists. It'll mean more car trips. We know that. That's pretty much been demonstrated consistently. At the same time, the public really wants this because they're dissatisfied with the existing taxi system. Certainly the apps that you have for these services, it's slick. So sometimes it feels a little bit, Mr. Mayor, almost like a discussion about, no, you have to eat your veggies when when people want the junk food. So it's I would feel better about this if we had that per trip fee in, but we don't. So I'm not sure what we do with this. I mean, the only alternative would be to defer, and I don't think there's much of an appetite for that. I did want to ask staff, just to expand, one of the main concerns I had when this first came forward is what control we have over the drivers, because I certainly don't want ride hail to become the place where our problem cabbies, if we suspend a cab driver, they just turn around the next day and they've got an Uber ticket on their car and they're back on the road. So I was hoping staff could expand a little bit more on that, on how this will work in the bylaw in terms of us being able to make sure that that sort of scenario doesn't happen.
Ms. Hayes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. We have put in that in the bylaw that if a taxi driver or owner has been removed, revoked, or suspended or canceled of their license by the licensing authority ourselves, we will notify the TNC companies who are licensed by us that that person is to not be hired. If it's due to something like insurance, we will not be listing them for not being a vehicle for hire for a TNC company. But if it is something safety related, they will be unable to become a TNC driver. Same with someone who is a TNC driver looking to become a taxi driver or moving from one TNC platform to another. We will be communicating with both the TNC companies and the brokers to notify people when someone has been removed from any platform. And the licensing authority will be that method of notification, and we'll make sure we stay in constant communication with those companies.
Thank you. So what does the trust but verify piece on this look like? So we communicate that out to the ride hail companies. How do we verify that they are in fact doing their job, their part of this, and do not allow this people who are suspended on their platform?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Our staff will have the ability to do checks on the drivers and on the information we receive from the TNC, which is included in the reporting aspect. We can do consistent checks and can also request information at any time if we do suspect that someone who has been removed as a driver or an owner has gone and applied to a TNC company.
Thank you. So I think this is an area where we're going to have to be on the ball, because I would not be comfortable if we just leave it entirely. Well, we send an email and notify the TNCs that this person's been suspended, and we never do follow-up checking on it in a timely way. So I think that's important. The flip side question: if a TNC suspends someone for safety concerns, and maybe there aren't charges laid out that result, but they have enough grounds that they suspend somebody. How does it then work coming back the other way that prevents somebody who, say, is driving for Uber from just turning around and becoming a Lyft driver?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. The licensing authority will be notifying TNC companies when one driver has been removed from a platform. So if, for an example, if someone was removed from Uber's platform due to safety reasons, we would notify another company such as Lyft that this person is unable to drive due to, again, safety concerns.
So are they required to notify us when they suspend someone for safety concerns?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Well, I think this is a big improvement over where we were when this first came forward. So I really thank you for your work on this. I feel like you've taken it as far as we can go without us being the actual approver of drivers. Thank you for your work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Love it when it gives you the bad network quality warning just as you go live. So I had two questions to follow up on. First one is to follow up on what Councillor Walker said. We did get an email, or I got an email, I think we all did, late today from one of the large dispatchers here in Halifax saying, identifying the concern that, they're going to have to go through a process and the online brokers, the TNCs, get to internalize that. And I'm wondering whether or not and the other big concern there was simply that right now with COVID, what that means is Uber and Lyft can be processing people onto their platform right now, and we're not open to add the new drivers, right? We want to get up to 1,600 licenses, and we're not doing that right now, is what was said to us. Now, I don't know if that's the case. So would it be something blue skying? Like, could we come back later? I wouldn't want to not pass this. And if a large broker had a proposal for doing more of the training and all of the stuff that a large online broker does, would we allow that to be externalized for the local suppliers that are doing conventional taxi? Because it seems to me like that's the concern, is how fast can we license people, how fast can we add to the inventory locally, and how fast can we get them through the processes that right now our staff are doing 30 or 40 every couple of months, I guess. And they're saying, what's going to kill them is that Uber's going to be able to onboard 200 drivers in a couple of days because they have an app. So would we be open to externalizing that and allowing that to happen through with that same guidance and framework through those private companies? And then the other question I had was, and this one goes to Mr. O'Day, who I know we've already talked about it a little bit, is the real-time access to data concern. So everything in 43.3 of the appendix there, talking about the make available the records within 24 hours and submit the information data set once a quarter. That's cut and dried. But then on page 26, right at the top, it says, shall provide access to the software application and telecommunications platform or digital network used to provide transportation service. So Uber specifically has a concern, saying the way that reads right now is that they want to see that we could make an argument we're asking for the source code of their app, which I don't think is our intention. But I am wondering if, and I'm sorry that I didn't have time to talk to legal about this beforehand. I feel like the intention of 43.1J is good, but it's not as clear as we want it to be, because I don't think that's what you're looking for. I think you're looking for the data within 24 hours. So I'm wondering if we could have some clarity around that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, on the second question through you to the councillor. So what we are working through with Uber on that particular front and any broad share is the notion that we would be getting very quick turnaround reporting. It's particularly, again, around safety concerns. It's not looking for direct access into a proprietary architecture or proprietary network or any of the app source code. It is more around ensuring that we get as close to possible real-time reporting, especially when there's an incident. And that's really where the surety around that has been sort of indicated with the either-or clauses within the bylaw language.
So the goal is to get data, I think, within 24 hours is what it says in the bylaw, rather than real-time access hooks right into their platform. And that they want to restrict it to law enforcement. We don't want to do that. We want the license authority to be able to do that. Is that the nub of it?
That is precisely it.
Okay, well, I think we can leave it the way it is then, and if we have to come back with a small housekeeping amendment to clarify that one section to satisfy the big players, that's fine. But I think the intent is clear, and it's not to see the source code of their app. So my other question was around, have we looked at, and do other cities, I guess, externalize those taxi registration processes the way we're about to with DNCs?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Right now, we are still licensing drivers and owners. We are releasing, we've released 80 owners licenses to date. Obviously, things have slowed down with COVID, and our staff are ready to release almost another 70 for roof lights once we get the COVID backlog out of the way. So we are still actively licensing drivers. So if anyone would like to sign up, they're more than welcome. And if coming forward, a broker would approach us with an option to do their own testing and provide that training online, it's something that staff would be open to looking at and reviewing and definitely bringing back to council if required.
Okay, thank you very much, Hillary. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, Hillary, Connor, Andrea. I know you're listening to, and thank you to the three of you and everybody that's worked very hard on this file. We recap why we're even in this situation is that we had a strong push from many of our residents, and I think of our our businesses, the Hotel Association, the Restaurant Association, retail, and the list goes on and on, their displeasure with not having a consistent taxi service. So staff have done tremendous work and changes to bylaws, the roof lights that were mentioned and so on, and getting rid of the zones. So we're now looking at these ride sharing companies that most of my residents that I speak to are in favor of. And all we have to do is talk to Councillor Blackburn, Councillor Outhead, and the difficulties of getting cabs to and from our districts. So that's the reason why we're here. I had a chance to read the letter that most of us received from Uber. I had a chance to meet with one of the representatives yesterday. The two main things they had some issues or concerns around, and some of that was talked about already, access to the platform that Councillor Mason was just talking about in 43.0K, and the background check. So I have several questions here for you, Hillary. So under the access to platform, their concern is, as Councillor Mason suggested, they were concerned about having access to information that's competitive, but they recommend that they would like us to use what's referred to as the alert portal, which all law enforcement agencies across the country are able to have access to get that data, and that data comes in 15 to 30 minutes. So if you could speak to that versus having direct access to their software. The other item that had some concerns around the background checks. Now, for all those that are listening, there's 3 background checks we're looking at. The criminal record check, which is the RCMP database, which is done annually, as our taxi drivers are, our vulnerable sector check, and our child abuse registry that Councillor Nichol talked about. But I wanted to talk about the vulnerable sector check. Right now, I believe in the bylaw, it says that we do that every year, but actually our taxi industry does that every 2 years. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that, because I believe staff are in favor of changing that to every 2 years. I do have some other questions I'll give to you. The questions about the province came up, and to be clear, Councillor Outhead brought this up. Allowing a Class 5 license prior to COVID, the province, my understanding, was ready to announce they were going to do that. In fact, at one point in time, I believe there was even a press conference that was set to announce that, and then whatever happened, that stopped, and then COVID hit. So again, if you could talk about that, because the responsibility of what class license right now, today, is up to the province. I'd like to know about the taxi industry itself. Councillor Walker talked about less drivers out there. Do you have any indication about what's happening to that industry right now because of COVID? And do we have any indication, since we made the changes, opening of zones and so on, more licenses, do we have any indication that identifies, has service gotten better? Has it gotten worse? We get the same? I know I haven't received as many complaints as I once did, but I attribute that probably to COVID, but I don't really know. And then the next steps. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's see if we can handle some of those. Hillary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. For your first question, 43.1J, we looked at Ottawa's bylaw when creating this bylaw. Speaking with my colleagues in Ottawa, they also have this section in their bylaw that allows them to have access to the TNC's platform. At this time, they're not utilizing that option, as the TNCs have noted that it's not available to access that real-time data. They have recommended that we keep it in our bylaw as they are as well, in case something does change in the future where we could get that real-time access. And yes, getting access to whatever portal we can and whatever we can work out with the TNCs will be ideal, especially for doing with as close as we can to real-time checks, whether that be within 24 hours or whatnot. So hoping that going forward with the TNCs, we'll be able to work something out and it'll be smooth for all. But at this time, we're looking to keep that section in the bylaw. If council wishes to remove it, then so be. For vulnerable sector check, our taxi drivers are required to get it completed every 2 years, as their license is renewed every 2 years. Staff currently have it in there annually, but will, if it's council's wish, we will change it to 2 years if required. The Class 5 license, like the CAO mentioned, is the province's requirement through the Motor Vehicle Act. We have written in our bylaw that if someone is a TNC or a taxi driver, they are required to have whatever class of license is noted by the province at that time. So we haven't specified it being a class 4 or class 5 license. It's what is required by the province. So if it does change, we won't have to come back to council with another amendment. And the number of drivers, currently COVID has taken a hard hit on the taxi industry. A lot of taxi drivers and owners have come off the road due to safety concerns. We were working very closely and continue to with industry members to get them back on the road as more people become comfortable, and especially with the mask requirement that has come forward. We have suspended temporarily licenses so that people could afford to lessen insurance, and making sure that those insurance are going back on the vehicles and getting as many people back on the road as possible. Opening up the zones from the last couple bylaw amendments last year, or two years ago, or 3 almost at this point. We've heard a lot of positive feedback from the residents and the public stating that they are able to find rides easier. Mind you, again, it still depends where you are, that they still have struggles, but overall, I've heard good things, and from the drivers themselves who are now able to travel wherever they want, depending on where the calls are coming.
Okay,
Thank
Tony,
you, Hillary.
time out there.
I'll come back I'll come back with the amendment later, Mr. Mayor. I have a mayor. Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Smith.
Am I good?
Yep.
All right, great. Thank you, Hillary. Lots of information, and the colleagues as well, bringing some points forward. So there's a few questions that I had that have been mostly addressed. So I'll ask one of them, but I'll make some comments. And I agree with Councillor Russell. I've had a couple discussions with taxi drivers, and there's one in particular that I spoke with on the weekend who was driving for 7.5 hours and only cleared $100, and they're in the downtown area. So I am concerned with the timing of this, given COVID and what that could do to the industry. And I know we never predicted that COVID would happen, but I am concerned with the timing of this now, considering our current taxi drivers who go through a lot. And I'm happy to hear that we're gonna start to get some of those roof lights rolling out, because I know that's also stopping some of them from being able to clear the money they need. I am also worried about the congestion that was mentioned, and the fact that we don't have the permission from the province, which for me was one of the deciding factors for me to support it, was having at least an indication that we would see that. And we're still unclear. We're cautiously optimistic, but we're still unclear on what's going to happen there. The other question is, and I'm wondering, Hillary, if you received the same information that, I'm not sure who else, I got the same email that Councillor Mason got from one of the taxi companies here. Hillary, did you get the email as well?
No, I did not.
Okay, I'll forward it over. So some of the concerns in the email was around what taxi drivers need to become new taxi drivers to what TNC, Uber, Lyft drivers need, and some of them things that were brought forward. I'll only mention 2 of them. One was the appointment to write the HRM administered exam, which again we're not doing because of COVID, and that was brought up earlier. The other one was registered with TANS, TIANS, to complete the National Certification Program. Must complete 600 hours of driving, miss your ride, and a written exam. So I'm wondering if that is something that we would require for Uber drivers, also for new drivers. One of them was making an amendment to this, but HRM owner license must be inspected by HRM license annually, take about 2 weeks for document submissions to be inspected. So there is a timeline on that. So what I'm wondering is, we said they're similar, but when you look at what it takes to become a new taxi driver to what it takes to become a TNC driver, are they actually similar, or are there other things that are different that could deter us fulfilling having more taxi lights out there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. They are similar in the sense of safety aspects in the class of license, insurance, I mean, not the full insurance, but some insurance requirements. There is also an added requirement for TNC drivers to have a minimum of 3 years driving experience, where we do not have the same for a taxi. But yes, taxis do have a more rigorous application process, and happy to review any submissions from our taxi brokers and any suggestions going forward of what we could bring back to council possibly in the future for some changes. And I'm sorry if I missed your first question. It was cutting out for me there a bit. If you had another one, I apologize.
No, that's fine. So I forward you the email, and what I hope, if I don't know if you need motion or not, because this is first reading, but I'm wondering if there are some gaps that you're realizing through what the brokers are saying. Is that something that could be baked into the second reading? I just don't know, procedure-wise, do we need to give you that direction to do that, or can you just do that and come back with supplementary information?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I will put this off to Mr. Traves if he is available.
He's always available. I'm anxious to help.
So, the challenge is, first reading is the time to make changes, not second reading. At that point, we would need to go back around. Frankly, to defer this at this point would likely put it off and, potentially put it off until the election to try and draft these. I would suggest if there are additional changes, that it might be something that would be for a follow-up report and recommendation, and that council may wish to pass what they have in front of them, and then ask staff to revisit the taxi industry itself specifically, and that would come at a later date. But otherwise, if you wish to address this now, then the recourse would be motion deferral pending a supplemental staff report to rewrite the bylaw to add in pieces with respect to the specific taxi industry. Right.
So I couldn't make any of those motions today, just because I don't know exactly what would or not, either the TNCs or the taxi industry. What I was hoping that that engagement would have happened with the industry, and maybe it did, and they're realizing that there were some gaps then. So I don't know what the best approach is to address some of that, because I am concerned with opening a playing. I think business is important, but opening up a playing field that's not even is difficult. So I'll end there. I don't know how we can address it, where some of the concerns that have been brought forward can be baked into without deferring. But I see lots of folks on the list, and maybe I'll think of something, or some other comments will come forward. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Zarowski.
All right, let's see if I can break the internet. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to echo some points here. For me, this is about stability. We have an infrastructure in place which has been stable for quite a while, and it provides an equilibrium point about that stability through the cabs and through the various modes of transport that we have. So we understand how they interface with all facets of our planning, where we're going to go down the road with various groups like transit, roads, cycling, that kind of thing. The destabilizing influence of Uber and Lyft and other companies like that is about profit and convenience, and this is where I get mixed feelings. One is I don't like to see the money leaving in transportation to large companies, which will increase the number of billionaires that we have in the world. Number two is our current transportation and taxi limo services keep most of the money here. that we have. And Uber and Lyft and companies like that are destabilizers in terms of profit. And so that's the first thing that I'm looking to mitigate. And I'm glad that this is a first reading in order to figure out how better to address these certain issues. Convenience is really an important facet of this. And we're seeing that Uber and Lyft are quite convenient for a significant section of the population in terms of price points, convenience in terms of being able to, in a best case scenario, get the lift or transportation that you need. However, these are also disruptors, and the disruption takes place not only in transit and in roads and in cycling, it also is a disruptor in terms of greenhouse gas. We've declared a climate emergency, and we've also put into place Halifax 2050, which is very concerned about where we're going to be in 30 years when it comes to CO2 emissions. And as Councillor Cleary pointed out, and it was echoed by Councillor Austin, the CO2 emissions are going to do nothing but go up in this. And so I think that aspect of the disruption has been underplayed in this report. That's just my opinion, but that's my feeling. And throw into the mix COVID. We are starting to look at transit in a different light. Now, one of the things that I would like to see is, in order to address Halifax 2050, which is an important facet, not only to me personally, but to where this city is going, is it possible to look at the types of vehicles that are being thrown in the mix? Do we have jurisdiction over that? So if we use hybrids or fuel cell cars or electric cars or some sort of plug-in car, can we address the Halifax 2050 concerns? And in this particular report, will we dig down deeper into the ramifications of 2050? So Halifax 2050. So the two main questions I have is the Halifax 2050 outcomes. How are we going to address them? How are we going to, and I mean staff, that's you, I'm not going to be doing this research, unfortunately. Will we push into that direction? Will we consult with those who have spent a year and a half producing Halifax 2050 to make sure that whatever we do in moving ahead conforms with that? And then the second thing is looking at the tax and revenue implications for money staying in HRM. I'd be interested in your thoughts on both those issues.
Mr. Mayor, I will attempt to tackle a couple of those very complex issues through you to the councillor. On the first front, one of the things that we were hoping, again, with the per trip fee was a level of mitigation of some of these concerns to be able to put money from that particular pot back into resourcing climate adaptation in a very specific manner. On the topic of collaboration, absolutely. We'll be working very carefully with Shannon's group to make sure that we are trying to tie this in a way such that the Halifax 2050 goals are not being deterred by the presence of Uber in the urban environment. And in terms of the financial implications, I think that that's another important issue just around all the different economic disparities and the intersectionality that we're talking about generally across the board. Whether it be climate change mitigation and the effects just across the board in terms of various issues that are generated by that. But I think that that is an important part of the overall strategy, is to look at how this ties in with getting some of those social justice ends and means, whether they be ecological or other, into the pot.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'd just like to add, on page 7 on the report, we did note after working with Shannon's group that at this time, we are not recommending restricting vehicles that would not be a hybrid or electric vehicle, but instead, once we are able to charge a per trip fee, we would use it as an incentive to those vehicles who are a hybrid or electric and working under the TNCs to allow some relief in the sense to promote a hybrid or electric vehicle into their fleet. So if that provides some incentive, hopefully it'll work in the future. But as of right now, like we mentioned, we're unable to charge the per trip fee. But like Connor said, working very closely with the Halifax 2050 team to see what we can do going forward.
I don't quite understand. We declared an emergency on this, which means that something needs to be done very quickly on the climate emergency. And I kind of get the feeling this is sort of pushing it off and thinking about down the road, and maybe we can do it, maybe we can't do it. It doesn't seem as though this particular Halifax 2050 lens has the urgency with which council has pushed out to staff. I mean, we have declared an emergency and we have invested substantial effort in the Halifax 2050 outcomes. And from the sounds of it, it doesn't sound like this is very emergency-like.
Okay, I'm going to cut it off there. If you want to come back, Councillor, I always invite you back for a second round. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. My video will show up in a second. I agree about the convenience. I tried to take a taxi ride a little while ago, 4 or 5 months ago, and was told that they would not give me an estimate on when the taxi would arrive. So if we have something that is that we are better able to predict, where we know where the cars are and what we're able to do as far as convenience, I think that's a huge thing. Does that mean I'm against the taxi industry? No, not at all. I would like to see more options available for more people. And I absolutely support the transportation network companies and the taxi companies. I think that competition is good for pretty much everybody. My concern here, or what I'm interested in here, is the per trip fees. And these were removed pending the decision of the province to allow a per trip fee. And then once they allow that, we open up the bylaw for amendments, and we take 6 months to a year to reevaluate the per trip fees and have all of the discussions and get back into the frame of mind where we're looking at the per trip fees for accessibility and for the IMP initiatives that we're looking at. And I'm wondering if it would make more sense to have that discussion now and have the language within the bylaw to support and provide the per trip fees conditional upon the province. So language that would support, once the province enacts the legislation. It would also give us the ability now to look at what it looks like as far as the fund that would be built up by the accessibility charge in the per trip fee. What would we do with that? Where would it be structured? Would we be proceeding with accessible initiatives in relation to transportation or in relation to the rest of HRM? And I'm simply curious about that. So should we have, I think we should have, the per trip fee discussion at this point. And I'm wondering what the mechanism is. Forgive me for this, but I'm wondering what the mechanism is to get that language back into the bylaw for future discussion. Would an amendment be required to say it is back in there the same way that it was in the previous version of what we saw? Hello, John.
Mr. Mayor. Mayor through council. So for something of that nature, we would need a motion of deferral today for a supplemental staff report to go away and draft those changes to make sure everything fits together, and then bring the package back for a new first reading. And I'm not sure exactly how long that would take, but my guess is more than 4 weeks.
So first reading is the place to make changes. As you mentioned a few minutes ago, I'm gathering those are the changes that are of a much smaller scale.
Correct. We can address, the changing of a fee from $30 to $25, you know, on the fly, but something that's a little bit more complicated that might tie in different ways. We need to go away and make sure that it's done properly. The bylaw is legislation, and in order to be effective, we've got to make sure that we've got it done. So we can do it as quick as we can, but it does have to be looked at.
From my perspective, it is worth it having the right bylaw in place in the beginning. And Councillor Walker mentioned that perhaps we should not be considering this bylaw at this point because of COVID and because of the taxi industry and because of everything else suffering. I would say that now is the right time to look at the bylaw so that it is in place, intact, as we would want it by the time things open up, so that we have a fully intact package when it is required, instead of having to hold it off for a little bit.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think that in order to give effect to this, we will have, you know, a certain amount of heads up from the province in terms of legislative initiative. Certainly, given the interest from council, that would allow staff to prepare at the same time the necessary amendments to the bylaw and bring those forward in pretty quick order. And so I would suggest that council may want to go ahead now. When we see action from the province's side, I think we would have more than enough time to bring those forward in quick order.
Okay, Councillor Russell, I'm going to cut you there. If you want to come back with a proposal, we'll welcome you then. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question, and just sort of veering off to another topic. I was just last week that a judge in the U.S. ruled that in California, Uber and Lyft must now treat their drivers as employees rather than independent contractors, which is, you know, good news for unprotected gig workers. But that's something that's being appealed. But certainly, it starts the conversation, and other states have indicated that they might travel that path as well. Do you know if any changes like this are anticipated here in Canada? And if so, will that impact what it is that we're doing here today?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I have no knowledge of any of those issues coming forward to Canada. Mind you, it might in the future. Some of the provinces have just received Uber and it's been quite new, so changes might come within the next few months to years, I'm not sure. And I don't foresee any of those issues impacting the bylaw that we're putting forward today. But again, I'm not sure what the future looks like, but as of right now, no, it does not seem to have any impact.
Okay, thank you, Hillary.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol, I believe, second time.
Oh, that went by so quickly. I was just wanting to follow up because I know when Councillor Austin spoke, he was sort of, addressing some of the concerns I had. I called them sexual assault and he called them safety concerns. But everything that you're doing, if someone is already convicted of a criminal, is convicted of a sexual assault, they are on your list and they cannot drive nor transfer from one TNC to the other. But the key word is convicted. So I didn't like, if they're not convicted, they can still be in that gray area that we're experiencing today. And that was one question. With regards to all the discussions that we've had about the platforms, and we talked about Halifax and that, cohesion, I just wondered if there was discussions with Halifax Transit, because yes, these are options that we're providing people to get from point A to point B in the vastness that is, HRM. And is it possible that the province is sort of waiting for this to sort of start, because the per trip fee, people are going to be going beyond the boundaries of HRM when it comes to using transportation network? I just wondered if there's any discussion in that regard. But when it comes to exploring preventative measures for sexual assaults, like cameras and things like that, is that something that would have to be done separately from this process? And wondering if that's an opportunity for the new Women's Advisory Committee to sort of look into.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, For our taxi drivers, if someone has been charged with any type of crime, Halifax Regional Police has been very great in working closely with us to notify us when a charge has been laid, to which we will suspend or revoke a taxi owner's or driver's license. In the bylaw, we have written that a statutory declaration of some sort is required by TNC drivers when applying to a TNC, which covers off the charges that may be laid against an individual but would not show up as a conviction on their criminal record check. So we're trying to ensure that all charges have been notified to whatever company or licensing authority they are licensed under. Staff is working very closely with Halifax Transit. They have reviewed all of our reports, and any pressures that we receive on the road coming back with the data that we are requiring from the TNCs and from our brokers will show us where patterns are, and be sharing that information with our colleagues in transit to provide them with an idea of what's going on and where pressures are and how we can improve service in other areas. The per trip fee, you had mentioned going past the boundaries of HRM. Obviously, at this point, we're unable to charge it, but would have to look at where it stops, where it begins outside of our boundary, and how we distinguish that with the other municipalities versus ours, and how that works with Ubers and Lyfts and the TNCs of the world. And then cameras itself would have to come back as a council ask, I believe, separately, as right now it's not in this report. I believe we have brought it forward in the past, which council did not approve. But if that is council's wish to bring it back and come forward in the future, staff are more than happy to take another look.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will take it back. But at the end of the day, you know, we talk about platforms, so we're embracing technology with TNCs, but it's hard to sort of find the mapping from the technology and the actual physical platforms where, you know, these vehicles will be coming and going from. So, you know, good work, and I don't want to delay the process in the bylaw, but hopefully the province will at some point understand what it is that everyone in Nova Scotia is trying to achieve with regards to getting from point A to point B. Thank you for your work again.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's a delay on that. Thank you again. I have a question. Have you heard from, I know many of us have heard from Uber, heard from Lyft at all recently?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, no, we have not heard from Lyft recently. Have been in discussions with them in the new year, but nothing since COVID has happened.
But have you had conversation about what you're proposing today, even if that wasn't the new year, early in the new year?
We had discussions on the past report, to which alluded to what was coming forward in the new report. In this report, they seemed very supportive at the time we had spoken last.
So your explanation with regard to Uber's concern about the access to the platform, I'm fine with that. I think that's fine. I don't see us needing to change that. The background checks, the vulnerable sector check that you now have that says annually, and I have an amendment so that we do that every 2 years, just like the cab drivers. I'm very concerned that, Councillor Russell's comments about he's concerned about the trip fee and want to add that language. I'm concerned of any deferral of what we have in front of us today. We have progressed there. We know that our citizens and many of our business communities are fully supportive of this. If we wait until we have it 100% perfect, we'll be here this time next year still not advancing this. So I hope all my colleagues are, if they're willing to make some slight changes that doesn't cause a deferral, so be it. But any deferral at this point in time, I don't feel is going to be received well. I had a lengthy conversation with the folks from MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and had a chance to meet with them last summer at one of their services, and they talked about numerous examples where residents were trying to make the right decision, but they couldn't get a cab, and they made a poor decision because they couldn't get a cab. And hopefully TNCs will help with that. So I encourage all my colleagues. I know Councillor Zarowski is going to be coming back, and I just don't think the timing is right. Yes, it's a climate emergency, but with the vehicles that he's looking for, they're just not out there. And so that means we won't have any TSC in place. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put the following amendment on the floor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Vulnerable sector checks. That Halifax Regional Council amend proposed bylaw T1004 to change the requirement for vulnerable sector checks for TNC drivers under section 431K by 1, adding the word and at the end of the subclause 1, 2, striking out subclause 2 in clause C, 3, renumerating subclause 3 to subclause 2, and 4, adding a new clause CA to immediately before clause D to read, has provided to the TNC originally documents from the issuing agency dated within 30 days of approval to be a TNC driver, and then every 2 years thereafter, outlining acceptable results of investigations related to the applicant for a vulnerable sector check. So moved. If I can have a second to that.
Second, Whitman.
Can we see that in the chat, please?
And so while that's going into the chat, once again, all that language and that motion, you know, I spent hours last night putting that together, right? So,
is this something that you have run through legal and everything to ensure that it meets the needs of what you're looking to do?
Full disclosure, I've done that with legal. That legal jargon, the first definitely came from them, not from me. So really, the bottom line, all we're looking to do is rather than an annual vulnerable sector check, we do it every 2 years, which lines up with the taxi industry.
Okay. That motion is on the floor, moved by Councillor Mancini and seconded by Councillor Whitman. I'm not seeing any.
I think we're going to ask to have it in the chat there, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cleary for a question on the amendment to staff.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can still use the chat line, guys, to put for your amendment questions. I got Councillor Karsten, I think, was looking. Councillor Karsten, then Councillor Cleary on the amendment.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So certainly, yeah, the legal jargon at the very beginning of that, I raised my hands going like, what is the councillor looking at doing in plain, simple language? I think I fully understand it now, but I would ask staff to respond in terms of what this change, well, obviously I know what the change does, but how do you feel about this change and why did you suggest what you did in the first place? So do you have any problem with this amendment?
Hillary first, any thoughts on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, staff have no problem with changing it to every 2 years. We originally put forward every year to keep it consistent with the criminal record check and child abuse registry check. But where our taxi drivers are renewed every 2 years, we have no problem with bringing the vulnerable sector check requirement every 2 years for a TNC driver as well.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Councillor Carson asked part A of my question. The other part is you talked to Ottawa and some other areas that have a bylaw similar to this. What was the, in the environmental scan, when you looked at other jurisdictions, what was the kind of typical or average number of years for this? And I guess in putting this together, because the answer wasn't quite clear, in putting this together, you had intentionally had taxi every 2 years and TNCs every 1 year. Why, when you were drafting this, why didn't you make it 2 years for TNCs at the same time, just to be consistent? I get that, you know, you have no problem with it for the consistency, but why didn't you make it 2 years when you were drafting it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. You said number of years for what? I'm not sure what the number of years for what meant.
For the vulnerable sector check, what do other jurisdictions do? How many years?
Okay. Thank you. On average, everyone else does annually or 2 years. There's most are doing annually, some are doing 2 years. We originally decided to go with annually, as a lot of the TNC drivers are transient and come and go very frequently and hop off platforms and hop back on and change companies. So our idea was to go forward with it annually. Uber did express some concerns that it would be another level of red tape and take longer for their drivers to get a criminal record check and vulnerable sector every year, to which we are comfortable with allowing the vulnerable sector check to be run every 2 years, as it includes the pardons. The criminal record check does provide that criminal background, which they will receive every year. And again, with that statutory declaration, it will outline the charges against them currently, not necessarily the convictions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol?
Well, mine is the other twist on that question. Why weren't the taxi drivers asked to do it every year? Doing the vulnerable record checks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the council.
Frequency of vulnerable record checks. Couldn't hear me?
No, I'm sorry, I kept breaking up.
Okay. I'll repeat. I just said I had the opposite question to Councillor Cleary to ask what if we're trying to marry up the two, the taxis and TNCs, why we're not asking the taxi industry to do annual vulnerable record checks as opposed to lining them up the other way. I don't want to see a reduction in vulnerable record checks at the end of the day, with the focus on public safety.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In the past, licenses for taxi drivers were issued annually, to which council approved going every 2 years for a driver, and which is why we require all of the checks to be done every 2 years for a driver.
Councillor Nicol, you okay?
I don't believe I'm going to be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason.
There we go. So I will support the amendment. I think lining them up every 2 years makes sense, but the other issue we have here in terms of consistency is that in Part 3 owner's licenses, I think, and Ms. Hayes, can you confirm, owner's licenses have to be renewed every year, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is correct.
So effectively, when we get rid of over time, we will no longer have owner's licenses where you don't have a driver. The owner will have to be a licensed driver. That's the plan. So effectively, every owner is a driver, which means that every owner will still have to do it every year instead of every 2 years. You know, it seems to me that I guess I'm trying to understand why we would do that. Why would we make it so that the owners have to have their have the vulnerable sector checks and all the checks every year, TNC and taxi drivers every 2 years, but most of the taxi drivers will be owners in the fullness of time. So I feel like we're still on a 1 year model for taxi. Could you kind of clarify that for me? I have some concerns there.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have some taxi owners who are grandfathered in and are not taxi drivers, as previously it was not a requirement to hold both licenses. They are slowly leaving the industry, but we still do have some who only hold an owner's license, to which we do require them to provide those checks every year when they renew their owner's license. But now, there are still some people left who have that unique situation, but those with driver's licenses, like you said, hopefully when they do all get their owner's licenses and our wait list goes down to 0, they will have to provide some checks every year, and then majority of the checks every 2 years. We do have an internal process where if they are a driver and an owner, they're already providing it with one of their applications, so they do not have to provide it with the other. Just to cut down on the number of paperwork required at time of licensing, where they do both at the same time.
So I guess, for me, I don't want to delay this. I think that it's already been said by other councillors that you never get to perfect. And especially when you're dealing with something as disruptive as TNC brokerage, the business is changing every day. And so we are going to be responsive, and we're going to have to change the bylaw as it goes. So I'll support the amendment. I think I can leave this live for now, but I feel like either we're going to have a really good round robin discussion with the industry as we try and roll this out, or, you know, the other option would be to try and capture some kind of parking lot of things for a supplementary report, pass it, but come back with potential things. But I don't want to delay it, so I'm not going to make that move right now. But I do think that trying to better align that, we're saying we're trying to make it so that the drivers of taxis are going to be under the same kind of rules as the TNC every 2 years. But, you know, our goal is that they all own their own taxis instead of renting them from other people in the future. So that's not every 2 years. So I have concerns about that, but I'll leave it for now. It may be something we have to amend in the winter or spring. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I think that's the speakers on the amendment. So we'll be ready for the question on the amendment moved by Councillor Mancini and seconded by Councillor Whitman. Okay, Phoebe?
Councillor Stretch? Councillor Stretch? Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
Yes.
Councillor Nicol?
No.
Councillor Austin?
No.
Councillor Mancini?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason? Councillor Mason?
Yes, for the motion.
Councillor Smith?
Against?
Okay. Sure.
Councillor Cleary?
No.
Councillor Walker?
Against.
Okay. But what I'll do, I'm going to your cell number, I'm going to send you my email
Your mic
address,
is on.
and I'll get you maybe to put something in an email to me with all this.
Councillor Stretch?
Can we mute him from here?
Ask somebody to-
Yes, I'm.
So we were hearing your conversation, Steve. So your question on the motion, the amendment?
For the motion.
For the motion.
Sorry.
Go ahead, okay.
Okay, and Councillor Zarowski?
Against the motion?
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting no on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
Against the amendment.
Councillor Outthit?
Voting no.
And Mayor Savage?
Yes.
That motion is defeated.
Okay. So the motion is defeated. The folks that I have on the list now on the main motion, I've got Cleary, Mason, and Zarowski. Councillor Mason has satiated his need to speak at this point. Councillor Cleary for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know a number of people have said, let's not delay this, let's not delay this. And I know, Mr. Mayor, you're often attributed with the expression, or at least paraphrasing the expression, let's not let perfect be the enemy of good. But I'm not even sure if we're at good here yet. So this was an entire package. When we were looking at all of the different regulatory tools that we were putting in place, you kind of think of them as legs on a stool. And Councillor Zarowski is correct that, you know, we have declared a climate emergency, and either we believe it or we don't. If you say something is an emergency, they can say, hey, my neighbor's house is on fire. But, you know, I'm sure a fire truck will come along at some point. I don't have to call the fire department. The house will burn down. And so we're very much in a house that's on fire in terms of our planet. And we have been trying to stick a bunch of different lenses on stuff here, and the climate lens is one that has to be on every decision that we make. And the per trip fee was one way that we could guarantee that whatever increase in greenhouse gas emissions was going to come, and it will come. We know from the evidence of everywhere that we have Uber and Lyft and other TNCs active, vehicle miles traveled goes up. Fewer people ride bicycles, fewer people walk, because those get cannibalized by very easy and cheap in-car transportation. So if we want more congestion on our roads, if we want more greenhouse gas emissions, let's do this without the per trip fee. If, however, we do want to mitigate against that, I think it actually is incredibly important for us, and we can just defer this for one meeting or two meetings. We still have meetings on September 1st, on September 22nd. We have a contingency meeting at the end of September if we need it. We've got time just within this month to go and approach the province and have our CAO go and approach the deputy and whatever other folk might be necessary, and maybe even having the mayor contact the premier and the minister. But if we don't get an answer on the per trip fee, I don't see how this stool stays up. It is probably the most important leg in making sure we have a sustainable city going forward. So I understand Councillor Zarowski will be coming forward with something, so I won't do it at this point. But if a deferral comes up just for another meeting or two, so that we can go and confirm, because if we pass this without the per trip fee, given the kind of track record that the province has, when you think about we went with a cap and trade instead of a carbon tax, you think about we haven't had extended producer responsibility from the province yet. I'm not sure they will in fact say, oh yeah, sure, you've already passed your legislation, your bylaw, yeah, we're going to do it. No, they'll just say, oh, well, you've already got it in place, you don't need us for that. But it's important the per trip fee is critical to this. So thank you for that second round, Mr. Mayor, and we'll see what happens. But I can't support this as it stands without that per trip fee.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Sorry, was that John?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if it would assist through you to council. So the per trip fee requires a change to the Motor Vehicle Act, which is legislative change and would require the legislature to be sitting, which likely won't happen until some point in the fall. It's unlikely would happen in the next, it won't happen in next month. So that would be a certain challenge.
And I'm not saying, Mr. Mayor, that we need to get the legislation changed right now, but we need to find out from the province if they're willing to actually change the legislation and put the per trip fee in, because if they're not, then I don't see the downsides to this far outweigh the benefits in terms of convenience to our residents.
All right, Councillor Zarowski. Sorry, Jacques, were you trying to get in?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to weigh in on this in relation to the province, and I appreciate Councillor Cleary's position on this, but the province will not disclose to us whether they're going to bring in a fee into legislation this fall. They will not commit to that, even on a confidential basis at this point. So John is right. We will not have any indication of that until the province is ready to make a decision to and divulge its legislative agenda.
Okay, Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Sean, for expressing so eloquently what sometimes I feel I'm just not able to do. You have a wonderful gift for laying things out in a reasonable way. And for me, this is all about climate change and the fact that we have declared an emergency. What I would like to propose then, in lieu of what the CAO has said, that the province is unlikely to do that, is can we, do I have the ability to put an amendment forth?
Let's try that.
Okay. I would like to recommend that the exception of bylaw T1000 set out in attachment 2 must conform to Halifax 2050 CO2 outcomes, and that staff will come back in the next iteration with a plan as to how this might be accomplished.
John?
So, well, two things to that before I address it directly. Now, number one, just remind councillors that the origin of this matter was from your meeting of January 14th in 2020, and there was two components. One was to come forward which we have today with the amendments with respect to regulating the networking companies and the licensing requirements. The second is the staff report that was directed of staff with respect to the restriction of vehicles permitted by transportation network companies to fuel efficient hybrid vehicles to be considered as part of Halifax 2050. So there is another component of this separate and apart, which will be coming forward. The challenge at this point is if this motion passes, then, you know, to Councillor Zaretsky's proposed motion, it would imply that you're satisfied with the bylaw as drafted, and it will go forward to second reading. There's no additional work that staff does between now and then, unless there's a specific direction to defer this and to redraft something. So the way that you've articulated it, Councillor, essentially would be a nullity, because if Council passes the main motion, then effectively you're satisfied with it the way it is, and it will come forward for second reading and eventual passing.
Well, thank you, Solicitor, for this, John. I am not satisfied with this, and then I will ask for a deferral until the climate change issues are addressed directly as per COVID 2050. Sorry, yeah, Halifax 20. And the day's not even half through yet. I can hardly wait for. I'm asking for a deferral so that we can address the Halifax 2050 climate change issues to Council.
Okay, so let's make sure we have something that's workable. John, so is that something that we can do?
A motion of deferral is always in order, provided there's a seconder. Just need to have clarity around what is intended by that. I understand it to be then perhaps the second report from the initiation that would deal with the restriction of vehicles, but perhaps I'm wrong. How would the mover phrase that being satisfied for it to come back?
What I'd be looking at is that it conform directly to Halifax 2050, whether that involves specifications of vehicles, number of vehicles, I leave that up to staff, but the overall confirmation conforming to Halifax 2050 is what I'm concerned about.
So the challenge, Mr. Mayor, through you to Council in terms of the proposed deferral is that, you know, as you're aware, this bylaw essentially sets out the licensing requirements, and so it's restricted really to the licensing of the TNC operators and of the drivers, and so arguably, you know, it conforms with Halifax 2050 already, in the sense that it doesn't address anything in that respect. It's a totally separate issue. If there's something different that needs to come forward, I would suggest that that's likely coming forward in the second report that I've already mentioned, or broader in the larger context of Halifax 2050. If there's something specific I'm missing, I'm not aware of it.
Well, then, my concern is that this gets passed, and then we just move on as a formality, and then we shove aside Halifax 2050. I don't see how this particular part can move ahead without addressing the climate change concerns. When I look at the report that's been given, it says that it has significant impact on Halifax 2050. Well, if that is the case, I want to know what those impacts are and how they're going to mitigate those impacts, since it is being addressed at this particular reading.
So, John, would it not be in order for Councillor Zarowski to put forward a motion of deferral for staff to come back and with a report directly speaking to the implications on Halifax 2050 and how they would be mitigated? Would that not be specific?
Yes, certainly. Certainly, if Council wishes, yeah, we could have a supplemental report that would address that issue.
Then Councillor Cleary would second that.
Okay. So let's craft up the language along the lines of Councillor Zarowski wants to defer the report until Council can come back with a report on the implications of this. Okay, Phoebe's ahead of me. Motion be deferred pending a supplementary report confirming that climate change issues are mitigated so as to conform with Halifax 2050. Councillor Zarowski?
I move as you have read it.
Councillor Cleary, you second that?
Second.
Okay, that's on the floor. Is there speakers to that? Councillor Outfit, are you on that?
Yeah, please. And I'm sort of struggling with this, not with the spirit of it, but this has come up largely, this deferral, as a reaction to the fact that we can't guarantee or we can't comment right now on the fee, on the fare fee. Okay. So if we want to vote against everything that could put more cars on the road, well, then we better shut down the Windsor Street Exchange project. We can save the money on the Cogswell and just make it back up more. So everybody gets so badly stuck in traffic that they take a ferry or a bus or whatever, and that's fine. I might support that. Let's stop paving so we can make more and more potholes so nobody wants to drive anymore. What we're doing here is we're frustrated that we can't put the 50 cents or the 25 cents or the dollar per trip on Uber and Lyft, on TNCs to raise money. Now, and I don't believe for one moment that little charge will keep people from calling an Uber or a Lyft. Not 1 second do I believe that 50 cents or a dollar will make any difference. What I do believe it would create a little bit of money for us to use for the things we all support. We all want better ferries, we all want better transit, we all want better AT, we all want more sidewalks. I get it. But I think that if you really believe that allowing TNCs to come into Halifax is bad for the environment, vote against it. The rest of this is just, it's almost like passive aggressive sort of thing, or trying to socially conscience. It's like we're building a 6-lane highway in each direction, a 12-lane highway, but geez, if we charge them a nickel to use it, we can put that into making bus fare good somewhere else. If you really believe this is bad for the environment, don't vote for it. But deferring this decision because we can't charge a few cents, or because we want to hear, well, we don't need a staff report that tells us that more cars on the road is bad for the environment and bad for Halifax 2050. So, as I say, I can't support the deferral, but I can then decide if I want TNCs or not, based on, in addition to social and economic factors, environmental factors. That's the discussion we have to have. You either want this because of the convenience and because people were upset with the taxi industry and bus service isn't good enough yet, et cetera, or you don't want it because it's bad for the environment. Let's make a decision. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Cleary, Councillor Zarowski on this. I mean, I indicated off the top, I feel somewhat conflicted on this, and you know, with all respect to my friend from News 95 from yesterday morning, Councillor Outhit, I would disagree with that characterization of this issue. This is not just a black and white, straightforward thing. You can be looking at TNCs, but then say, well, how do we offset some of the damage? I mean, if our position is we can't do anything that's damaging the environment, well, we all might as well go back to COVID lockdown and stay in our homes. Clearly, we have to think about what the policy decisions we're making and what we're doing as a society within a spectrum, and looking at how we can slowly move ourselves, hopefully quicker rather than slowly, towards a more sustainable place, because we really need to do that over the next couple of decades. So, you know, in terms of this deferral, you know, I would be more comfortable if we were explicit in the deferral, if that this is contingent on getting an answer from the province, because my main worry is Councillor Cleary's, that one of the legs of this stool is not going to be there for us because the province is not going to come forward on a per trip fee. I mean, it's not hard to imagine the political script in provincial politics for one of the opposition parties to charge that the government's introducing a tax on ride hail that you'll all be paying. So I don't think there's any guarantee that the province will actually act on this. We've had no response from them. So, you know, if we wait 6 months with the Transportation Safety Act coming forward and regulations coming, maybe we get a little bit of clarity on it. Maybe we don't. Maybe we will never get what we want. And so then back to Councillor Outhit's a point where I actually do agree with him. The question then becomes more clear about you either want this or you don't. Whereas right now it's, well, you might want this, but we don't know if we can actually mitigate some of the negative harms, because this will drive down transit ridership. This will drive down active transportation. I mean, that's a given. So it's hard to square that too, also with the convenience and the want of it. So I don't know if I can't amend a deferral, I don't believe. Can I?
Mr. Traves.
Oh, that's a good question. What are you proposing?
Well, I mean, if we're deferring this, I'd like to see the report that Councillor Zarowski's proposing, but also deferring for more information from the province in hopes that with I mean, they are about to come out with regulations regarding the Transportation Safety Act. We might get a little bit closer to an answer to this in a few months' time.
So you're proposing that both conditions would be met, that there would be mitigation efforts as well as a response from the province?
That's what my preference would be. Or even if we get the mitigation, the mitigation efforts that Councillor Zarowski is seeking for explicit to the climate change piece, even if we had some clarity as like in when that comes back, there's no further movement on the province, you're not going to get your fee.
I think if it's friendly and if the mover is agreeable without any objection, there's nothing really in the rules about amending motions of deferral. It's not the normal course, though. Would not be something.
I have no problem, John. I have no problem with this. I think Councillor Austin's suggestion is quite cogent.
BB captured that.
Yes, not a problem. So the motion be deferred pending a report confirming the climate change issues are mitigated so as to conform with Halifax 50 and a response from the province regarding per trip fees.
Thank you. That if that's good with Councillor Zarowski, I mean that would work for me. I don't want basically I don't want the province to be let off the hook on this, where right now what was really missing is work from them.
Okay, so John, that's appropriate as long as it's considered a friendly amendment. It's adopted.
I see acceptance from the mover and the seconder, Mayor. I would suggest that's clear as to what's intended by the motion of deferral now.
Okay. Okay, that motion is to defer is now amended. And colleagues, we're taking a break. We've got a number of people yet to speak. We're not going to get through this before we break, so we're going to break now and we're going to come back at 20 minutes past 3 o'clock. Everybody get that? At
that time, we'll vote on the deferral at that time?
There's more people speaking on the deferral.
Thank you.
So we'll come back at 3:20. I just want to put the deputy mayor on notice. I may need her to take over for me at 4:30 for half an hour, possibly. It looks like we're going to be here for a while yet. So deputy mayor, maybe I might get you to take over for me at 4:30.
Will do. Yep.
I'll let you know for sure. All right, colleagues, 3:20. Thank you. Okay, guys? April, are we here?
Hi there, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to check if we have quorum to resume. We are just waiting on Councilors Carson and Mancini to return and for our solicitor to return as well.
All right, I think we'll just wait for at least the solicitor. Deputy Mayor, I should be okay now. I don't think I'll need to duck out.
All right, sounds good.
You can go home, Lisa.
Promise?
I was just going to go pick up the keys to the Premier's office, but I decided against it, so I'm good.
Wise move, Mr. Mayor, wise move.
Okay. Mr. Traves, are you with us?
I am, Mayor.
Okay. All right. I think April, maybe we'll go ahead.
Okay, very good. I'll send you live now, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. At the end of our last episode, we were debating a motion to defer, and we had just added something to it from Councillor Austin. So we're going to pick that discussion up with Councillor Nicol, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a feeling today's meeting was going to be very aspirational going forward, and I'm trying to be looking at this in a pragmatic kind of way. So I gather this staff report, was vetted by many of the business units, and including our legal department, and John gave us his opinion. But I think legal advised staff to keep the per trip fee out because council has no legislative authority to put it in there. So at the end of the day, this can go forward without the per trip fee. And from my understanding, number 5 on page 7 was provided by Shannon Medema with regards to Halifax. So now we're asking to defer this process and just, deferring the starting of this process, its first reading, to have staff come back and provide us with the information we already had in the report. That is an open-ended question in that regard, because I'm trying, is that the understanding? I guess it would be John that I would ask, because it says in there, everything that's written in there as number 5 on page 7, maybe I can ask my colleagues to look at it on their report. It's saying exactly what Councillor Zarowski asked for with regards to the use of certain vehicles, electric vehicles and otherwise, as part of this process.
So I'll let the CAO speak to Halifax 2050. I think he's better positioned. I don't recall where we've got to on that, frankly. But in terms of
Halifax 2050 does not specifically address fuel efficient and hybrid vehicles, but rather sets a target for all new vehicle sales to be electric by 2030.
Fair enough. So on the second, yes. And so on the second point, you're correct. We would not sign off on a bylaw which is not authorized by law, in this case, the Motor Vehicle Act. And to the CAO's point, you know, we have the response from the province such as it is, and it's not realistic to expect we will have anything further from them unless and until they introduce legislation to that effect in the legislature in the future. So, you know, on the motion of deferral, it's unlikely we will get, I can't see that we would get anything further, frankly.
So that's my question to my colleague. So at the end of the day, approving a deferral, we're not going to be any further ahead. We're just going to get a report back. When would the report come back?
Mr. Mayor, through you to councillors, to Councillor Nicol, the report would take several months for sure. Given, you know, we have a very, very full agenda for the meeting of September 1st, 22nd, and 29th.
Yes, I know.
There's nothing more that we can add to those agendas. And in fact, it would not be ready by that time in any case. This additional report going forward. So, you know, if we were to come back with a report, what we would come back with is probably something along the line of, you know, estimates of the emissions based on projections and suppositions around how many vehicles, how many ride-hailing vehicles would there be in addition to the, you know, 1,500 or so roof light cars, taxis that council has already authorized be granted. We heard more recently in the conversation that to Hillary that they had licensed another 80 and they have some more in the queue. So we would, you know, we would look at the sort of the emissions going forward. The other point here is the issue of funding. You know, I know there's concern about the per trip fee, and that's, you know, fair enough. I mean, and I think it would be great to have that revenue stream. It appears that would generate a significant amount of revenue. There's no guarantee that will come back. So, you know, and as we mentioned in the Halifax presentation and in numerous conversations in the budget process, we talked about council investing significant amount of dollars to meet Halifax 2050. If in fact we don't not get the per ride fee, that source of revenue for all the measures associated with Halifax 2050 is going to be decided by council at budget time. On a year by year basis, right? So whether or not you get a per ride fee, if you get a per ride fee, then of course less impact on the rate, on the tax rate. There's no doubt that, you know, Halifax 2050 is going to take extraordinary measures, and, you know, in fact, Jane and I have talked, our CFO Jane Fraser and I have talked about, you know, coming back with a special rate for Halifax 2050, right? So funding measures associated with climate change impacts and reducing greenhouse gas emissions is going to take extraordinary expenditures and extraordinary revenue source, and may well mean a special rate to apply across the municipality, whether or not we get the per trip fee or not, right? So this is all about, you know, what is it that council wants to do to mitigate climate change, and what are the sources of funding? You know, it's a bit of a mug's game now to presume that the province will come in with a per trip fee. At this point, we don't know. There's some ongoing discussions, but, you know, that's a matter of the legislature, as John pointed out. That's a matter of introducing legislation. There's no guarantee of that. No. We'll have to deal with it as we move forward. Right. Thank you.
And I don't see the benefit of a deferral, much like I have concerns about preventative measures for women using, taxis, etc. I just, I want to take that aside and go through another process to sort of have that addressed. So I think that, the per trip fee and, Halifax 20, like whatever can be done on the side as well and not delay this process. So I don't see the benefit of the deferral, given that we have all this information before us. So won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for the benefit of all councillors, we're on a deferral on item 11.1.10. The amendment is to defer. It's outlined in the chat. And lined up to speak, I have councillors Cleary, Hensby, Zarowski, Mancini, Russell, and Austin for a second time. That's what we have. And the only person I have to speak on the main motion when we get back to it at this point is Councillor Austin. So if there's anybody else that feels like I've missed them, let me know. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess for me, and especially since at Transportation Standing Committee, I was the one who put the motion forward to get the 5 cent per trip fee for the IMP in the first place. And that was kind of the only way I could, in good conscience, go ahead with this whole package. And without that, it's very difficult to support the rest of the package. Councillor Ouden and others mentioned things like, well, let's not do anything that puts more cars on the road. Well, if you forgot, we already did that. So when we passed unanimously the integrated mobility plan, it actually lays out a mode shift target. We said we wanted to go from 77% of trips in private vehicles, which was recorded in 2011, down to no more than, so meaning less than 70% of trips by 2031. I'm not sure if we can be more clear by saying we need less vehicles on the road because we want more trips taken by other modes of transit. We want people on buses, we want people on ferries, we want people on bikes, we want people walking. So I don't know why people voted for stuff if they didn't actually believe in it. Halifax 2050, the integrated mobility plan. But I have a quick question. Because I would rather not defer this. I would rather put in the appropriate regulatory regime. So my question is for Solicitor Traves. I know that the province and the federal government can draft laws that would have a coming into force date or contingency for certain clauses. Is it something that we can do with a bylaw, for example? Could we say this bylaw will only come into force if the province gives us the per trip fee authority? Or is that something that was not allowed under our current legislative powers from the province?
Mr. Mayor, through the council, it's possible to do that. I think we have an example today in terms of delaying the publication of a bylaw until a future happening. It's not considered a good practice because it leads to confusion as to whether or not it's actually come into effect or not. The other bit is you need to be very certain as to exactly what the province will pass under the Motor Vehicle Act to make sure that your bylaw aligns with the authority that obviously we haven't seen yet because it hasn't been passed. So it wouldn't be the recommended approach. I think we can respond, as I said before, very quickly to any eventual fee and draft those changes at that time and then bring it forward. But that's up to council.
Well, I appreciate that answer. Thank you. So I'll be supporting the deferral, and I don't know if I can support the bylaw without that per trip fee. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting the deferral. I think Councillor Nichols said most of the comments I want to say. I believe with this ride sharing thing right now, we're just spinning our wheels waiting for the province to give us authority to do this and that and trip fees and everything else. Let's get the legislation. Let's get the bylaw in place, what we have authority to do now. Let's move forward and get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's see here. Okay. Actually, may I speak at the end of this, please?
Yep, for sure. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mancini.
Waiting. Thank you. Sorry, it's slow. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is interesting. When the last time we discussed this, the motion brought us to where we are today, the number one concern for many of my colleagues was safety. Everybody was concerned about safety. At the time, we were hearing what's happening with Uber, and we were going through our own issues with our taxi drivers here in HRM. Safety was the number one issue. So a lot of that was addressed, and good for staff. They really addressed that, and so that was addressed. Now I'm hearing it's environment, and that was brought up before also. But I have to tell you, my residents, District 6, they're looking for ride sharing. The bids around HRM are looking for ride sharing. The chamber is looking for ride sharing. Hotel Association, Restaurant Association, our students, our Halifax partnership. Residents of places like Sackville and Beaverbank and Bedford, they're wanting that ride sharing because of our taxi service just doesn't cover it. Mothers Against Drunk Drivers want our ride sharing services because our taxi service doesn't cover it. And yes, I agree, many of the councillors that we need to get less cars, but use our transit system. But our transit system's not there yet. It's not reliable. We can't get transit wee hours in the morning. We can't get it across Dartmouth. and we can't wait till this is perfect. And, you know, Councillor Zarowski talked about profit and convenience like it was bad words. There's nothing wrong with profit and convenience, and we need some convenience when it comes to moving people around. You know, you look at Councillor Nicholl talked about in the report and the work that our team at Halifax 2050 have done, and already on this topic. You know, I like to see, you know, if we're going to make any amendment to today, is that the Regional Council directs staff to report back on the impact of the TNCs on congestion and climate change in accordance with Halifax 2050. Let's do that. Let's add that to it. It's a simple thing. You know, what are we going to do with the taxi industry then? If we're going to do all this to TNC, what about our taxi industry? They're driving around. So how are we going to ask them to all convert to e-vehicles? Because if we're going to do this with TNC, we should do that with our taxi industry. I'm not in favor of any deferral. Colleagues, I ask you, please, let's move forward. Let's address these items as we can. You know, the province is the province, and we have the rules, the guidelines we have to live with, and it is frustrating. I'm as frustrating as all of you when it comes to waiting for the province. And I wish the province would just allow us to do our work at HRM, because who knows best about HRM? We do. And we're their largest municipality in Atlantic Canada and the economic driver, and the province needs to let us go. Good Cape Breton, we say down with the causeway. Well, maybe it's time for us to, you know, separate from the province and do it ourselves. But anyhow, colleagues, I beg of you, do not defer this. Let's move forward on it. This is what many of our residents want. I ask you, please do not defer this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much, and I will echo that. Please don't defer this. The per trip fee, I had thought that it was something that we would be able to add and say it is conditional upon what the province does. It turns out that that is much harder to do than I had envisioned. And at this point, the deferral is conditional upon the province responding. And the province may never respond on this. If they don't explicitly say something on it by enacting legislation or by doing something else, then we are tying ourselves to not move forward with this. And so I am simply not going to be able to support the deferral because we can't wait for the province. We have to move forward with this. It is not perfect. We are missing out on the opportunity for that extra revenue. We would be able to do something very beneficial with that, with the IMP and with the accessibility fund, but we can't do that right now. We can't tie this up any longer. We do need to be able to offer people the ability to get around in more ways than the taxi service or transit can offer. And so this is why I'll be voting against the deferral, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship. I haven't said much today because I don't think you can hear me or see me, but a lot of good comments, and I know that right now everybody is getting a lot of input from a lot of people, and it's a sensitive time for us as elected officials. But there's an old saying that sometimes you don't see the forest for the trees. I will not be supporting this deferral. Councillor Mancini is absolutely right. Many of our communities have been asking us for years to bring this forward, and I am not prepared now to stop at this juncture. I respect everything that my colleagues have brought forward, but the deferral in my mind would be the wrong thing to do today. So my folks are saying, yes, we want options. We need options in the suburban and rural communities, whether it be the Musquodoboit Valley, Fall River, etc., or anywhere in HRM. And to stop now cold in our tracks would be the wrong move. So I will not, unfortunately, be able to support the deferral, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski wishes to close. We'll go to Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. So I have a question. It goes to the province, and I mean, we're kind of damned if we do, damned if we don't. If we hold this up, well, then the TNCs don't arrive. But you know what? If we allow the TNCs in, it's going to totally let the province off the hook. What incentive will they have to cooperate with us whatsoever when there's probably some political danger for them in introducing something that could be characterized as a tax? Certainly there is that narrative is already kind of rumbling out there. If the ride hail is already here and they're not going to see a cent of those dollars. I mean, to me, it just feels like rolling over on it. We will not see it. Whereas we might have some negotiating if we very much tie the reason we can't do this, because I think it's a valid reason, to the lack of action on their legislative side. I did have a question for staff, because I mean, there's often more than one way to go about things. We don't have the authority to charge a per trip fee. We do have the ability to charge fees on the brokers. Could we not charge a per trip fee on the brokers that then presumably the brokers would pass on down to the drivers as a way to kind of end run around this legislative blockade, the same way that we have had to make density bonusing work for affordable housing because we don't have the ability to do inclusionary zoning? Is there some creativity that we could employ here? Because maybe it's a supplemental report request.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I might have to defer to Mr. Traves. It would be a similar tax or per trip fee that we would charge to a TNC that you're suggesting we charge to a broker, but maybe Mr. Traves could give some more information and background on that, charging one versus the other.
Okay, Mr. Traves is the master of subterfuge. What do you have for us, John?
Yeah, not off the top of my head, Mayor. I don't think I can get there from here, right? I'd have to take a look at what the power is with respect to charging brokers fees. Essentially, you're doing what you can't do through the front door, through the back door. So just need to see what our authority is there. I don't know if that's been looked at. I would have thought so, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Because we are charging each TNC a fee based on how many vehicles they are. Is it really that big a leap to be charging them part of their fee, a much higher fee that's calculated based on how many miles the vehicles are driving?
It depends on the basis of the authority. If we have authority to charge a per vehicle fee, that's different than authority to charge a per trip fee. All right. So, you know, I'd have to take a look and see, and either myself or one of my staff to take a look at that. So, you know, that would be something different in terms of what's currently on the floor for the motion to defer.
Okay, well, I think when this deferral is defeated, I will bring forward a supplemental request on that to see if there's another way to go about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for your considered input. So I'll just summarize here. Like Councillor Austin, I'm torn with this. Climate change is an emergency. It is a huge issue, and we have to consider it. And we have to do more than just a cursory consideration. We have to use all the tools that are available to us in order to mitigate this. So setting it up as a straw man or red herring arguments or absurd arguments, saying, well, let's just have a bunch of potholes and force drivers not to be able to drive. Those are absurd arguments. We're trying to make the city function. And what I'm asking for in this deferral is not to defeat something. It's to make the best possible decision. We hope to have the resources to buy electric buses instead of diesel buses. Well, how is that going to affect by having a ride-sharing company come in here and hoover up a substantial portion of the revenues that will wind up offshore in the Cayman Islands or Bermuda? I have nothing against capitalism, but I don't like unrestricted capitalism. Yes, we do have a social conscience and we have a social mandate, and it's not based on everybody eating Big Macs and Slurpees. what we're trying to do is figure out the right decision here, given the fact that we as a council have declared a climate emergency and we're trying to thread this needle. And this, I understand the arguments against moving against the great push towards having more convenience for transportation. But it is incumbent upon us to look at all the ramifications of that, including the climate ramifications. More cars is not good. There must be a better way of doing this. And all I'm asking for in this deferral is for staff to look at this again and use their wisdom, their expertise, their knowledge in helping us make a better decision. And fast is always the enemy of good. Expedience is not the bottom line. And I've come to expect that this council has a proclivity for not being expedient, is actually considerate of those things. So I'll leave it at that, to quote Councillor Walker, and let your votes decide. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we're going to vote on the deferral of Councillor Zarowski, seconded by Councillor Cleary, modified by Councillor Austin. Ready for the question? Phoebe, take us down this road.
Councillor Stretch?
Voting against the deferral.
Councillor Hensby?
Negatory.
Councillor Karsten?
No on the deferral.
Councillor Nicol?
No on the deferral.
Councillor Austin?
Yes.
Councillor Mancini?
Against the deferral.
Councillor Mason?
Against the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
Against.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Oh, come on.
Councillor Whitman? Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting no on the deferral.
Councillor Russell?
Against the deferral.
Councillor Outfit?
I know it's well-intentioned, Richard, but I can't support, sorry.
And Phoebe, I was a no. Whitman?
Councillor Whitman is a no, and Mayor Savage?
Opposed?
That motion is defeated.
That motion is defeated. We're back on the main motion. Councillor Austin was the only person on the board, and I'm not sure that this is what he wanted to speak to, but Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just crafting a supplemental report request. I'd like to move that Regional Council request a supplemental report on potential of charging an additional licensing fee to transportation network companies that is calculated per miles driven or per trip.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Maybe I could speak to that, Mayor.
Go ahead, John.
I've just reread Section 305 of the Motor Vehicle Act, and there's no authority for such a fee.
But it's part of the licensing, John, which we do have the authority to charge.
You can ask for a supplemental report, but you're looking at a per trip licensing fee. There's a cap on the amount that the fee can be for the license. But I mean, I'm happy to go further, but I think we have the answer.
So what's the cap in our legislation? I mean, we are into the tens of thousands, just out of curiosity.
I think that's on the hold on.
Why don't we let it ride, and I can rescind if a cursory look determines that this is not possible.
Sure. Why don't, rather than a formal report, would you be happy if I were to take a look at it and let you know, and then you can determine if you want to then make a motion subsequent?
Sure, I could advance it at a future meeting if there's something here.
Why don't we do that?
Okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my motion for now, and I'll look at reintroducing it maybe next time.
Agreed.
Seconder agrees.
All right.
Call for the question.
Okay, so that amendment never existed. Okay, nobody else wishes to speak on the main motion. The motion, there was a number of amendments put forward. Did one amendment pass on the time frame on the?
It's the main motion, not amended.
Not amended, okay. So the main motion unamended. Ready for the question? Baby?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
Unhappily, yes.
Councillor Mancini,
We'll take it unhappily, yes, Sam, that's okay. Yes for the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Against?
Councillor Cleary,
No.
Councillor Walker,
Against?
Councillor Adams,
Against.
Councillor Zarowski,
Against?
Councillor Whitman,
For the motion.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Holding my nose and voting yes.
Councillor Russell,
For the motion.
Councillor Outlet,
Holding Lisa's nose and voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion.
Motion is carried.
Okay. Good debate, colleagues. Thank everybody for their patience on that one, and just want you all to see that you see in the meeting chat who wants to speak. Sometimes it gets a little confusing, so I keep my own organized list of who wants to speak and when. I just can't remember which side was up. So thank you for that, colleagues.
New headline, Mayor doesn't know which end is up.
Not the first time. 11.1.12 mandatory education, supplementary education funding. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll put forward the motion that Halifax Regional Council authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, engage in conversations with the provincial departments of education and early childhood development, municipal affairs, and housing with the objective of having the mandatory education contribution policy reviewed, and 2, to only begin to pay 100% of supplementary education funding upon Halifax Regional Centre of Education, HRCE, provision of a plan satisfactory to the Chief Administrative Officer of how they intend to deliver the fine arts program that is paid for by HRM during the COVID pandemic. I so move.
Second, Councillor Karsten.
Thank you,
And with that, I will send things over to Jacques Dubé with late breaking news.
Mr. Dubé at the news desk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to point out that there was a document that was circulated to council yesterday in the package of documents that is effectively the response to the second part of the motion. So I would recommend, certainly recommend that council amend the motion to withdraw, remove the second part of the motion, because if it's council's wish to do so, I would concur after having met with the Deputy Minister of Education and the local person responsible for the Education Council here in Halifax, Mr. LaRue, and the Deputy Minister of Municipal Affairs. I had asked them to provide us with evidence that they were actually delivering programming post-COVID and what the plan was going forward in September. So the document that was circulated to you basically speaks to both issues. As maybe not all viewers are aware, the supplemental education piece is really a fee-for-service arrangement between HRM and the Department of Education. So we pay for services rendered associated with arts and music. And we were concerned, of course, that COVID may have prevented them from delivering programming. There's no doubt that they were not able to deliver the programming as they would under normal circumstances, but they were able to deliver the programming starting towards the end of March and into April and May and June. And they have a definitive plan to do in-person programming starting in September, as outlined in the document. First part of the motion really is associated with the fact that a number of years ago, a formula was established to establish how the tax base, municipal tax bases across Nova Scotia are used to fund public education in Nova Scotia, in addition to the general revenue of the province, of course. So, you know, the mandatory payments are one source of revenue that funds education in Nova Scotia, public education K to 12. So that formula has never been changed. And as a result of the formula and the years that have gone by, we have a situation now where on a per capita basis, HRM residents pay literally twice what other residents in Nova Scotia pay for education through their property tax bill. I can't speculate as to what the intent was in the first place when this formula was established, but I assume it was never intended that HRM residents paid double everyone else in terms of a per capita amount. So it's on that basis, and that's the discussion we had with the two deputy ministers in July to speak to, you know, is there a willingness to start a conversation about reviewing the formula to make it more equitable from our perspective, at least, going forward. So the indication from the two deputies was yes, they're prepared to engage in a conversation on that basis, to look at that formula and to look at it going forward with no you know guarantee that they would change it, but certainly willing to open the conversation, initiate a conversation, and that conversation would obviously have to involve Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and other stakeholders as we move forward. So as a result, you know, I indicated to them that I would like to go back to my council and get council's endorsement of that initiative to open that dialogue, to have the weight of council resolution behind that. And at the same time, we asked for a description of how they're delivering supplemental education funding that we fund, programming that we fund. But as a result, of course, of that more recent correspondence, I believe it's now appropriate simply to drop that part of the motion and simply to adopt the first part of the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. So just to be clear then, what we're saying is number 2 is now redundant, correct?
Correct.
So John, what is the best way to deal with this? Is it to split them up and vote individually, or is it to just delete number 2?
Mr. Mayor, I'd recommend that council move the deletion of the second part of the motion.
Deputy Mayor, do you want to move that?
The mover, yeah, can amend it.
So as the mover of the motion, then I will just go with number 1 and suggest that we drop number 2 in that motion.
Second by Councillor Nicol.
Okay.
That would work.
Is everybody, I guess we need to vote on that probably, John, then?
I think so.
So the motion, the proposal of the deputy mayor, the amendment is to delete number 2 and only debate number 1. Correct?
Correct.
So Phoebe, let's vote on that.
Councillor Stretch.
I'd like to speak to that.
Who wants to speak to it?
Councillor Whitman.
Okay, so on the motion to delete number 2, Councillor Whitman?
Yeah, so what we're saying is that the CAO is 100% satisfied with the plan of HRCE, and that's why we're going to delete number 2.
Correct. The CAO has received assurance on number 2 that makes it no longer necessary. That's the staff opinion. Correct, okay. Sean?
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the conversations we had were that I had asked for something in writing to with some assurances, or giving us assurances that the programming actually has taken place and will take place. So based on the content of that document that they sent in, this was received by my office following my sign off of the report. So that's why I'm suggesting to you now that it be removed. But I'm satisfied that they have delivered and they will deliver going forward in the spirit of the agreement.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. CEO. So we are going to begin to pay 100% right away. Number
Yes,
two.
yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
We'll pay 100% of the supplemental funding as we are doing now for mandatory funding, since we now have a budget approved by council.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, nobody else wants to speak on that amendment. We'll call the roll on that, Phoebe.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel,
Yeah.
Councillor
yes.
Austin.
I said yes.
In favor?
Yep. Councillor Nickel says yes. Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
Yes.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
for the motion?
Councillor Whitman,
No.
Councillor Blackburn, or Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the amendment.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
and Mayor Savage. And sorry, Councillor Outhit, I'm sorry.
So I'm feeling the love here today, I tell you. Voting yes, please. It
And
was
Mayor,
not too much trouble.
and Mayor Savage?
Yes.
Yes.
So that passes. So we're left with number one. To speak, Councillor Mason, I think, is first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to immediately split the motion, and I will just say to staff, I think it's really important that we keep the supplement, even though that's been taken off the table. I want to say it's really important we keep the supplementary funding program that we recognize that's our program delivered by HRCE under contract. So my view, what I was going to say, and I still want to drive it home, is we have a regular reporting requirement from them in that contract without mandatory funding. And I don't feel it's appropriate for us to conflate mandatory funding, which is fundamentally wrong, with supplementary funding. And so I was really, frankly, upset and concerned that staff brought those forward at the same time, because the way it was reading to me, and I think to HRCE and the provinces, we were potentially willing to hold supplementary funding, which is a contract we've walked into with our eyes wide open, that we have a reporting arrangement with, that we were willing to hold that hostage because of our concerns, our legitimate and real concerns about mandatory funding. And I don't think that we should do that. We want that program to exist. For those of you, so the CAO talked about the HOG report, and that's a good one. But if you want to go back, you want to talk about history, and there's a couple of councillors, there'll be a lot less after the next election, but there's a couple of councillors who are around, remember this quite well. So the Task Force on Local Government, the Hayward report, right, says that this is 1992, started by the Buchanan government, largely completed by the Cameron government, enacted by the Savage government, says that municipalities should not, as a matter of principle, be required to contribute towards the cost of education. The task force recognizes that at present, mandatory municipal contributions is a provincial property tax that municipalities are required to collect. Municipalities are essentially divorced from any part of management and control of the education system. The problem is no more than a financial one with no implications for structure or service delivery. The system of education finance is currently in a state of flux. Eventually, municipalities should be free of any responsibilities for education finance. So that's been something we've been talking about in this community for 28 years. We know that it doesn't make sense, as the CAO said, that the province is collecting property tax, which is not fundamentally equitable across the entire province to fund public education. It should be paid for based on these principles and any public administration principles from the general revenues of the province, not from property tax. The difference being, of course, and this is much later in the report, that you have one of the principles of the report was that you have universal services, that everybody should benefit from the same level of education or health or community services or housing, and that that those universal services shouldn't be tied to property tax. That you have the services that are local services that are influenced by the needs and desires and ability to pay by the local communities, and those should be provided by the municipal government. So just to be clear, we know, and governments have been saying for almost 30 years, that we should not be paying mandatory education tax. That should be coming from general revenue of the province. Local services like deciding to educate children about music way past the public school program, something that that if we didn't do it through the schools, we might be pushed to do it through recreation. That is a decision we've made as a community, and we pay for that from property tax, and I'm okay with that. But I know Peter Kelly and NSFM took a swipe at this. Probably it would be 10 years ago now. The Hogg report was there in terms of structure. It's also a concern, and I don't think this has changed since I was active in fighting the school board when they were trying to close my kid's school in 2008, that the HRCE is paid less money per capita than any system in the province. So not only are we paying more on a per capita basis as taxpayers of our property tax, but we are receiving less money per capita, right? So you can't even get the province to agree to separate fully the cost of busing and rural transportation from the base education cost, and so you end up with a lot of the rural school boards getting a lot more money per capita. So I'm happy to support what is on the floor. It's a huge issue for us. It's why the residents don't understand, and the rate doesn't come down. So as assessments go up, it's going up and up and up, and that's why residents, they scarcely can believe when I tell them that practically a third of their property taxes are going to the province. So I will support the motion, and I'm glad that that part anyway has come forward. So thanks to the staff for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Colery.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually was going to say pretty much what Councillor Mason was going to say, so because he said it, and I think it went way over 5 minutes, I won't say any of that. The other thing is, he said his kid's school closed in 2008. I heard this from a guy I know, not that I was there. I think it was probably more around 2003. Anyway, ditto, and I'd love to have these conversations, so I'm glad to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm good to speak because I was item number 2 is what I originally wanted to speak on. Now it's been removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sam Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Mason summed up the connection, the danger, I think, in tying supplemental funding to, the mandatory funding quite well. I think the one thing I really wanted to draw attention to in the report really on that point really speaks to supplemental arts funding. But the supplemental funding is more than arts. It's librarians, and it's also social workers that are part of that. It's not just for fine arts. I mean, that was where it all started. But the money provided is for more than that, and I think that's important for us all to recognize. The other thing too, in terms of the dynamic of COVID and the shutdown and everything, almost all this money is on staffing, right? We didn't know schools are not reopening until May. So, I mean, I think it's always good for us to demand reporting from HRCE. That's been a work in progress over time. But I don't think there was much of any savings at all to be had here. So I think those two things are important to recognize. The piece about motion 1, I think it's good for us to go have this conversation. I'm glad that Jacques has been raising this with senior provincial staff, because the system, it doesn't make sense that we should be collecting property tax and using that to pay for education in our province, but that's of course the way things are. The harder thing is you could probably file this away with the property assessment cap is issues that will probably never change, because it'll never be in who's ever in power in provinces. It'll never be in their interest to raise income taxes to allow municipalities to lower property taxes. I don't see it ever happening. So it's good to go have the discussion. Maybe we can get some tweaks out of this, but I don't think we should get too excited about the barriers against changing anything here are exceptionally high. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman, you had wanted to speak on the first motion, correct? Not on this one?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I must, as somebody who volunteered for 20 years in the school, it's interesting, and Councillor Mason said that the school, the HRCE, or the former school board, receives the less per capita in funding. As a school advisory council chair, I've heard that every year, and I was always asked to raise money to assist and enhance the educational system. And then I came to council, I'm asked the same thing again to provide more funding. So I want to applaud Jacques and Jane and John, who have been working at this formula, because when I first came to council, with the experience that I had in the school system, that I wanted to look at the formula for mandatory education, because for that very reason. And I know when supplementary funding came up, in my first term, the school board was sitting behind me in council, and I said, you told me for many years you didn't get enough money for education. I'm trying to make sure that you get enough money for education. And so supplementary funding is an enhancement. It's always been about accountability with regards to supplementary funding for me. I know that the letter we received, I don't know if Jacques, if that's the letter that he was referring to. I went to the links that were not hyperlinked in our attachment, so you had to actually cut and paste or type them. But I think that the HRCE would go a long way in actually being more transparent in saying where the funds come from, because at the bottom of the site it just said, provided by supplementary funded fine arts specialists. By whom? You know, so I think there is some piece to be more transparent in that regard when it comes to supplementary funding. And the thing with supplementary funding, it's still lagging from the time of amalgamation, in my opinion, because where there are strings on the peninsula in the elementary school level, that's not experienced elsewhere in other elementary schools. So there's still a catching up to do, even though everyone pays the same fee in that regard. So I want to applaud and wish Jacques good luck at looking at the formula and to see if we can be more equitable in that regard. So good luck.
That sounded sincere, but not very optimistic. We'll hope for the best.
You know, I think, Mr. Mayor, you said it best yesterday when we spoke. What do you care? You're not going to be here.
Okay. So just to remind people, we have deleted number 2 on this motion, and we're only dealing with number 1. I know Councillor Hensby, you had been trying to get back in when that happened, just so you know. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad that Councillor Mason brought up those historical documents, because there's very few members around council that were around when this whole issue kind of really mushroomed. In regards to the plebiscite and having supplementary education across the municipality was one. The concern about our supplementary education and how we can give more resources to our local schools is great. But on the other hand, the province was basically taking it out from the back door and not paying us an equitable fair amount. And I believe that I don't think we're going to have very many friends around the Federation of Nova Scotia Municipalities trying to find a formula change, because will that disadvantage the rural, the other municipalities across the province? I don't know, but that's going to be a task that our CAO is going to be tackling. My concern though is, are we taking advantage of any of the federal funding programs that may be out there for our Indigenous communities, for our African Nova Scotia communities, for our immigrant communities, that the federal government is trying to encourage more educational opportunities? Are we taking advantage of those programs by the province or by the municipality? I would like to know. My biggest concern though is I think the province sees HRM as the goose that lays the golden egg when it comes to this mandatory education funding. And my concern is, I remember our former CAO, George McClellan, saying, folks, this is the runaway train that's left the station. And if you don't get a handle of it, you'll never get a handle of it. And I think that for us to move forward, I think Jacques is going to have quite a undertaking, and I wish him all the best. But folks, this mandatory education is getting probably a little out of hand, and this should be a provincial matter, because basic education is under their constitutional mandate, and we're just helping with supplementary education to advance the arts and music program. So I wish you well, Jacques. All the best.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, and we all echo that sentiment. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
for the motion?
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Councillor Blackburn, Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion, thank you very much. That passes. Colleagues, we'll go to 11.1.13. This is a first reading on a proposed bylaw. Grade alteration, stormwater management associated with development. First reading proposed bylaw. Lot grading, first reading proposed bylaw. Swimming pools affected, stormwater management standards for development, and proposed amendments respecting license permit and processing fees. All right, who had their hand up for this one?
Councillor Nicol.
Councillor Nicol, it's your lucky day.
It is. I will put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council 1 give first reading to proposed bylaw G200 respecting grade alteration and stormwater management associated with land development, as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020, the purpose of which is to set out grade alteration standards for the municipality and to replace the following bylaws. A, former Town of Bedford bylaw 23290 respecting the movement of topsoil, the movement of earth, and the alteration of grade of land. B, Halifax County Municipality bylaw 40 respecting the regulations and controls of the removal and movement of topsoil and earth and the alteration of the grade of the land. And C, Halifax County Municipality bylaw 41 respecting gravel pits and excavations. 2, give first reading to proposed bylaw L402 respecting lot grading, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw L400 as set out in attachment D of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020. And 3, give first reading to proposed bylaw S701 respecting swimming pools, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw S700 as set out in attachment F of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020.
Second.
Thank you for the second. And today, I'm very excited to have this come forward finally. I know Peter Duncan, I see him looking, he'll know I would say finally. Thank you for the great work, Shannon and Ashley, on it. Because as you look in the origin, it's actually compiling 4 motions of council. And as we know, when we want something done thoroughly, we become very patient and wait. So I'm really glad to see this, and I ask for everyone to support it. And it's a great document, and to have the integrated stormwater management policy worked out with Halifax Water. I know Peter knows, and anybody with Halifax Water, and especially Mark McConnell, I've stood in many backyards discussing stormwater with residents who are sort of perplexed as to why they have to deal with the stormwater and how it was developed before. And especially in an area like District 4 where it's all clay, water it tends to go onto other properties and cause problems. So I wanted to, because it's interesting, all the, finally now looking at and consolidating all those bylaws that were in place. But that being said, it's not the panacea because it's only going to apply to stormwater management in future development. Or will this be able to address existing problems that there are now? There were development plans and subdivision plans done in the past where there are catch basins on private land. And I'm often contacted saying like, well, who owns this? So, and a lot of people feel is their private property, designated as helping every other property around it. I don't think that this is necessarily going to address existing infrastructure that was put in place that the municipality inherited, or I should say HRM inherited at amalgamation.
All right.
Well, there's three looking like they want to answer.
No, I don't mind jumping in and taking that question. It's Peter Duncan here. No, you're quite right, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This bylaw is really aimed at new development and sets standards for that. So it does not get at the existing drainage issues.
And so, what do we do in that regard? Just
continue working with Halifax Water. To Kathy O'Toole's point earlier, there's a special technical committee that was established pursuant to the merger, and operational issues like that is one of the things that we do continue to work through.
Because if you have standards, there's certain infrastructure that you would be encouraging to put in place. So at some point in time, you would have to go to existing infrastructure catch basins and do it according to the way all the others are done, would you not? Is that what you're hoping that Halifax Water will actually work with you in that regard?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's really hard to give a catch-all answer to that because some of the drainage issues are so varied. So I can't really say what we would do on a general basis other than to continue to work with Halifax Water.
Okay, and the June 25th, 2014 motion that's under the origin, that was my motion with regards to the hauling of fill. So I'm pleased to see that coming forward and putting some, I guess, guidelines in place that will actually limit the impact on the, this quality of life on some of the streets, especially in the rural communities that are bombarded with, especially in the Lake Loon, Cherrybrook area that, have had very heavy truck traffic over the years. And I'm sure they will be glad to see these restrictions and guidelines put in place. So thank you for your work on that.
Thank you. Councillor Outfit, are you on this?
I am, thank you. I want to congratulate all my colleagues for now all becoming more like Bedford. Bedford has had this legislation for so long, and we've benefited. And Ashley, you're smiling there because I don't think a week goes by that I don't call you about something to do with a lot grading issue or a permit or lack thereof. So, and thank you. And Peter, thank you as well. I just want to clarify for those watching and listening, and I do this, I think, every time this comes forward, just because of the way the motion is worded, but Bedford is not losing anything here. Bedford has had some unique regulations that I think we're very proud of and that have helped us during a lot of our construction and development lately. But I just want a little bit clarification for the record exactly what this means to the existing legislation in place in Bedford. And Peter, Ashley, whoever wants to deal with that, just quickly. No, can't hear you, Ashley.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, so that's exactly what we've done here is we've incorporated the framework from the Bedford Grade Alteration Bylaw and are going to apply it across the municipality. So no, you won't see, Bedford won't be affected necessarily. The new stormwater management standards will be are heightened, are more than what is currently there. So that would be the change that Bedford.
And that's great. And I want to thank you all for your work and had to have a little fun with this now that Bedford's taken over the municipality. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor of Bedford. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question to staff around the inclusion of swimming pools now and needing to get a lot grading permit. So as I understand it right now, to get a swimming pool, it's basically just a development permit and, you know, have that, or as long as you got a fence and all the other stuff. So now you're going to have to get a lot grading permit, which is going to have to be signed off on, developed or signed off on by a professional engineer, and it has to show certain things. So can you just describe, because I'm going through the list here of the procedure for the lot grading process and certificate. In layman's term, can you explain what someone's going to have to do to get a permit now for a pool and additional costs to that, and what the benefit is? Because when I think of a pool, I think of sort of, you know, something that holds water. And so only if a storm event is going to fill it up much larger than that to overflow, and assuming there'd be permeable surface around that things could soak into before they even get to your neighbor. So what's the, I guess, the costs and benefits to the homeowner when they go to get a swimming pool now versus current, where they don't need the lot grading permit?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So this is a similar process that is actually applied under the Bedford Grade Alteration Bylaw, and we've seen significant benefits with respect to how that's administered and how that has been administered in Bedford, and where we don't have this similar legislation throughout the municipality, or at least throughout the serviceable boundary. So the reason why that we're recommending this for the remainder of the serviceable boundary is because by nature, when you're putting a pool either above ground or even in ground, there are changes to the natural grade elevation there. And we have seen in the past where a pool may have gone in and they feel that they may be respecting the grades, the natural drainage pattern, the grades direct to the property owners, but over time, either through settlement or changes to the landscaping around the pools, we have experienced, or staff have heard and have had to assist with challenges, private property challenges with pools. This is just a recommendation based on the nature of the construction of pools and what we have heard over a number of years in other areas of HRM, but we don't here in the Bedford area.
So just if I was applying for the permit and I went to get the lot grading permit, and let's say based on the design of my pool, it was potentially going to cause water to go into my neighbor's yard, would it prevent me from getting the pool, or would then I just have to invest in, say, drainage and a pump and things to move the water away from the neighboring property versus not being able to get it in the first place?
In most cases, what we've seen, or is it's just general grading. It's good grading practice, and it hasn't necessarily been an investment in retaining walls or pumps or drainage pits or anything like that. It's just being aware of the drainage patterns along the property and how it impacts the adjacent property.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff for this. I mean, this is exciting stuff. Just looking for my notes here. The stormwater management piece, the innovative side of it, looking to do things more regarding naturalized wetlands, rain gardens, all this sort of stuff. There's a reference in the report to future work regarding the public right-of-way and developing standards for that. I was wondering if staff could comment on where that work is, what they would anticipate for a timeline, because of course we're building new stuff every year.
I can take that one. Shannon O'Connell here with Infrastructure Planning. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Great question. So we're working that into our most recent Red Book update, where we've already done a lot of work on these stormwater standards. There's portions of this that we can incorporate right into the 2020 Red Book update and start taking action on right away. It's not going to be in as much detail because we do still have some details to work out with Halifax Water on the responsibility portion of it. But we do, as I think you're aware of, we have some example projects going ahead. The Spring Garden Road streetscaping project has some bioretention cells in it. And we also have some rain gardens going in on the Prince Albert Road project. And we've managed to move those ahead with Halifax Water and kind of act as pilot projects and move our standards forward from there.
Thank you. As the Prince Albert one was fresh in my mind because, of course, stormwater retention there takes nutrients and contaminants that we don't want in the lakes. It stops them from getting in. Our budget is fairly limited, and you know, in some ways, it's a little bit. I wish that this piece had come forward a year ago because we might have been in a better position there, as opposed to trying to figure out how we might be able to do something after the fact with it. Do we anticipate having things like, do we have any idea when we might be in a position where things are a little bit more worked out with Halifax Water, when we can be past these sort of preliminary sort of pilot projects?
We're moving towards that for the 2020 update to the Red Book. And I think that's all I can say about that at that point. We're confidently moving towards it for the 2020 update.
2020.
Sorry, you broke up there. I missed
Sorry,
that.
Shannon, I lost. My question was, we are getting an update on the Red Book in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions. Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Ashley. Yes.
I just wanted to ask, since this is first reading, when will this be coming back to council, like the timeline for next steps?
Would that be Phoebe or April? Who would know that? Or John, maybe?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just double checking. I believe that is targeted to come back on September the 22nd, but I'm just looking to confirm that. September 1st wouldn't give us the notification requirements.
Okay.
All right, September 22nd, just in time before my birthday. Good.
Well, this is really all designed around your birthday, so as long as we can accommodate that. I want to thank Ashley and Shannon and Peter. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Have a great birthday.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes to a stormwater managed birthday.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Oaten,
a whole new slant on birthdays. Voting yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion. So that motion carries. Again, thank you to staff for the great work on that. We'll move ahead, colleagues, to Harbour East Marine Drive Community Council. 11.2.1 amendments to the Dartmouth Municipal Planning Strategy Land Use Bylaw for Burnside Industrial Park, City of Lakes Business Park. Councillor Mancini, you can take your attention away from the hockey game for a minute or two.
Oh, is there a game on, Mr. Mayor? I didn't realize that. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put the following motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to consider the proposed amendments to the Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy (SMPS) and Land Use Bylaw (LUB) for documents as set out in attachments A and B of the January 28, 2020 staff report to redesignate and rezone lands within Burnside Industrial Park and City of Lakes Business Park and schedule a public hearing. So moved.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councillor Kay. Councillor Mancini, anything on it?
Yes, please. Thank you, Councillor Carson. Very quickly, this is first reading, but this started way before my time on council. I believe it originated back in 2008 with the business park functional plan. And simply what this is all about, colleagues, is to rewrite zoning to protect our industrial parks. And there's three zones: the Burnside General Industrial Zone, that's the light industrial, the commercial industrial zone, the C1, and the business park zone, you know, places like Wright Avenue and such where the offices are. So this is a lot of good work. Thanks to Leah Perrin. I know Leah's on vacation, not even thinking about us today. I see Kate Green on the screen. Kate, to the team, thanks very much. A lot of good work. Our industrial parks are extremely important, but especially Burnside. So this is good work, and it's just defining where further growth can take place. So I hope everyone supports this and move this on to second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no large number of people to speak to it. Ready for the question?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
in favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
For the motion, and that motion carries. We'll move to 11.2.2, amendments to the Dartmouth Municipal Planning Strategy for 246 Waverley Road, 2 and 4 Montebello Drive. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put the following motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council give first reading to consider amendments to the municipal planning strategy for Dartmouth as set out in attachment A of the June 1st, 2020 staff report to redesignate lands at the southeast corner of Waverley Road and Montebello Drive. That's civic address 246 Waverley Road and 2 and 4 Montebello Drive to the mixed-use sub-designation and schedule a public hearing. So moved.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Very quickly, some history on this, colleagues. I know, again, it's just first reading, but this hasn't been not to Regional Council before, but it came close to coming. We had a public hearing on a proposed development on this corner that's been identified tonight. There was a public information meeting, and it was well attended, as my residents are very engaged in that area. There were many concerns, and staff also had some concerns. Their concern was that that original proposal didn't meet the policy, and particularly there was way too much density. And so the applicant at the time realized that probably was going to get a negative recommendation, and realized that the council of the area wasn't in favor, so they withdrew their application, went back to the drawing board, came back with a different design. And in speaking to staff, this design seems to be more acceptable to the community and the area, and fits the area much better. So all we're here to talk about is for second reading, public hearing. So we're talking about the change to the policy to allow this. And if this passes, that means it passes tonight and we have a public hearing. And if it passes after a public hearing, that means we're simply going to look at that point in time, a development agreement where the residents are eager to get involved in on traffic and parking and design and all of that stuff. So I give that explanation not so much for my colleagues around the table, but for any of my residents at home. So I ask that you support this and move it on to the second reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Ready for the question on this one?
Question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol?
Yes.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason?
In favor.
Councillor Smith?
Yes.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor?
Councillor Outthit?
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
For the motion, so that carries. Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Mayor, if I have a quick with staff and have any idea of when the public hearing may be set?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, the clerk's office is currently looking at that, trying to determine which public hearings will be on September 22nd and which on the 29th, but likely to be one of those 2 days.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And for colleagues on council's information and perhaps others, there is a large number of public hearings, DRC, other things that are going to come to council in the next little while. So we are looking at having the meeting that was designated as a potential meeting on the 29th of September. We are inclined to have that. It may be that it would be all hearings, right, Phoebe?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So, but that's subject to change, but that's what we're looking at to try to get these in within a reasonable time frame. Colleagues, Heritage Advisory 11.3.1, which is a request to include 53 Queen Street in Dartmouth in the Registry of Heritage Property. Is this Councillor Austin or is it? Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council set a date for a heritage hearing to consider the inclusion of, oops, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one here. I was about to say 342 Roby. The inclusion of 53 Queen Street, Dartmouth, as shown on map 1 of the staff report dated March 6, 2020 in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality.
Seconded, Mr. Mayor. Bill Karsten.
Seconded by Councillor Karsten. Anything on it, Councillor Austin?
And nothing on it. We're just scheduling the hearing.
On Councillor Whitman?
Thank you, Mayor Savage. Just really quickly, I realize this is a federal building. Who's the applicant that wants the heritage status put on it? Is it us or is it the feds?
Who do we have? Is Aaron with us or?
Councillor Austin can.
Councillor Austin, do you know the answer to that?
Yes, this came about from a motion that I put forward. And I have not heard any commentary one way or the other from the feds.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Savage. I see lots of staff people there as well.
Who do we have? Eric, and we got an abundance of riches. Eric, Kyle, Aaron, who wants to take that one?
Jesse, it's good.
Jesse, you want that one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, this is Jesse Morton, Planner 2 with Heritage, and like Councillor Austin said, this is a motion that Council put forward. We haven't had dialogue with the property owner yet, but we would have to do that and give them 30-day notice before the hearing, so we'd be doing that in the future.
Thank you, Mayor Savage. And is the property owner the federal government?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Okay, ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
for the motion.
yes, okay.
For
Councillor
the
Whitman,
motion.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
and Mayor Savage.
Yes, that motion passes. Thank you. We'll move to 11.3.2, which is Heritage Advisory, which is a request to include 1342 Roby Street in the Registry of Heritage Property. Councillor Mason?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council set a date for Heritage hearing to consider the inclusion of 1342 Roby Street, Halifax, as shown in map 1 of staff report dated May 1st, 2020 in the Registry of Heritage Properties for Halifax Regional Municipality. I so move.
Second, Whitman.
Seconded by Councillor Whitman. Anything on it, Councillor Mason?
Just preempt Councillor Whitman's question. My understanding, and staff can confirm, is that this is the owner registering this property.
Thank you.
Ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion?
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini, Councillor Mancini,
For the
Councillor
motion. For the
Mason,
motion. Sorry. For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
for the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, we'll move ahead to 11.3.3, request to include 40 and 82 Tall Trees Lane in the Registry of Heritage Property. Who's
Councillor
taking this
Walker.
one? Councillor Walker.
The Halifax Regional Council set a date for a heritage hearing to consider the inclusion of 40 and 42 Tall Trees Lane, Halifax, shown on map 1 of the staff report dated July the 10th, 2020, in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality. I so move.
Second?
Seconded by Deputy Mayor, was it? Or-
Correct? Yes.
Thank you. All right, nothing on it. Councillor Walker?
No, it's to set a public hearing.
Okay. And this was applied for by the people that own the building, is the question?
I would say yes, but staff could correct that if I'm mistaken.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, this is another application by the property owner.
Thank you. Ready for the question, Phoebe?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
Yes.
Councillor Nicol,
I have Matt Mays' Tall Trees in my head for some reason. Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
for the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor.
Councillor Blackburn, Deputy Mayor
Voting
Blackburn,
yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Affirmative, so that carries. Thank you, Councillor Walker. Case 11.3.4 was an application to demolish 64 Wentworth Street, which is a registered municipal heritage property. Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That one is indeed in my district. I'll put the motion on the floor. I move that Halifax Regional Council refuse the application to demolish the registered heritage building at 64 Wentworth Street, Dartmouth.
Second, Sean Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. I have a question for staff just before we get rolling on this discussion. If council were to do the alternative, does it trigger a hearing the way it does when we're registering a property, or is this just a straight up decision of council one way or the other?
Thanks, Councillor Austin. It's Seamus McGrail here, Heritage Planner, through the mayor to the councillor. There's no hearing involved. It's a straight up decision.
Thank you for that clarification, Seamus. Lovely background you have there too. So where I am with this is this property is one of the oldest in our heritage registry. It would be at the Heritage Advisory Committee. It would be in the indication we had is it is in the top 10%, dating back to the 1830s, 1840s. We have few properties of this age. It is located in what will potentially be our downtown Dartmouth Heritage District that we've identified in the center plan. And our staff have actually been into this house and assessed it that it's actually in good condition, despite it being a rental property that received some pretty minimal maintenance over the years. So there's no way I can vote to demolish, to approve demolition of a heritage property that the owner bought knowing it was registered, that is in good condition, that is one of our oldest properties and is in our future heritage district. It's not something I can support. Especially when the center plan package B comes in, if the draft doesn't change significantly, this property will potentially gain development rights as the virtue of being a heritage building where there could be, it's a huge lot. There is potential to build on the back of it while keeping the building on the front or removing the addition that was put on it. And I think it was the 1950s, 1960s, if memory serves, because that is a heritage defining element here. So I very much would urge my colleagues to not approve demolition here, to stick with the recommendation of the Heritage Advisory Committee and of staff. I would point out that there is a property, a similar situation on Power Road in the south end, where the owner had applied for demolition and had come up the way, and I think council had said no, well, lo and behold, suddenly through the power of negotiation, things started to move on that, and the property might end up being saved. We could have a similar script here. I think let's give our staff the time with the center plan and with the 3 years. I mean, it would be better if we could just refuse it outright, but with the 3-year time period there to see if we can come up with something creative here to try and save this property. So please, colleagues, vote in favor of the staff motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman on this one.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Savage. The question for staff, the 3-year time frame that Councillor Austin mentions, is that 3 years starting now, and then after 3 years, it's out of our hands, or are we at the 3-year now?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. The 3 years starts at the time of application, and the time of application for this this demolition application was October 1st, 2019. So as of October 1st, 2022, they have the legal right to demolish, but not after October 1st, 2023. So they have a one-year window to legally demolish.
I see. Thank you for the answer. So the 3-year window is open for these folks, and that's why there's a chance for negotiation and perhaps saving this in the meantime. But by voting yes or no today, does that window remain open?
If council votes in favor of the recommendation, the window will open on October 1st, 2022. So there'll be a period of time that we can work and negotiate with the property owner. If council votes against the motion today, then the window will open up immediately for demolition.
Fair enough. I'll support Councillor Austin. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clary?
Thank you, Your Worship. So just a quick question to staff, to Mr. Grill. So under the Heritage Property Act and under our policies, is this the final step in the decision process, or is there an appeal after council if we refuse?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. This is the final step. If council supports the HAC recommendation, then the property owner cannot demolish until October 1st, 2022.
And that's under the Act, of course. That's provincially mandated. That's not up to us, because as we've expressed before, many of us feel that is undermining some of the heritage that we have. I'm happy to support the motion that's on the floor. This is a registered heritage property. It was registered upon purchase. When you buy such a property, it's a trust that you take on, and it's your job to actually keep the property up. And as Councillor Austin has articulated quite well, this is a really important piece of history on the Dartmouth side. So I'll support the motion on the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really quick question. I couldn't, from the report, and I might have missed it, get the rationale from the applicant of why they wanted to demolish.
Thank you for the question through the mayor. There was a public information meeting held for this application back in November of 2019, and the applicant at that time explained that they wished to build a single-family home, to demolish the existing building and build a new single-family home on the property that is up to today's standards.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question, Seamus, just generally about heritage property. I don't have a lot of heritage property in my district, so I'm trying to educate myself here. So if I have a heritage property myself, or I acquired it when it was already heritage, or maybe it wasn't a heritage property, but a third party went through that process, what prevents me from just allowing a property just to fall apart and get to a state where we then asked to demolish it? How does that work? How do we protect heritage property from, if I'm an owner that just lets it go, and that may be my intent?
Thank you for the question. There's nothing explicit in the Heritage Property Act that addresses what we refer to as demolition by neglect. So if a property owner is simply allowing their property to deteriorate, there's nothing explicit in the Act that allows the municipality to intervene in any way. The Act has never been tested in that capacity. However, the case could be made that an inaction is essentially an action, and if you're allowing your property to deteriorate, it could be a contravention of the Act, but the Act has never been tested in that capacity before.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason has withdrawn. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
Yes.
Councillor Nicol.
Yes.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
Councillor Mason.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Outfit.
Yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Yes, so that motion carries. Colleagues, we're going to take a break now, 1 hour, and we come back at 6 o'clock with the two hearings that we have tonight, the virtual heritage hearings, and then we will resume with council, taking a break at midnight and 5 a.m. as necessary. All right? So
Hi,
we're
Mr.
going
Mayor.
to come back.
It's April here. I just wanted to remind members that when we do come back at 6 o'clock to join the other meeting, the one in everyone's calendars for 6 o'clock, it is a new meeting.
That's a new meeting. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you
You'll
very
leave
much.
this meeting and join the other.
Okay. Everybody clear on that? So get out of town and then come back into Newtown.
Mayor, there's two
Okay.
councillors holding, there's two councillors holding up their favorite golfing teams. I don't know.
Yeah, I must say, I've got to commend Councilor Mancini on his judgment on that one. All right, colleagues, see you in an hour.
Thank you.